If I could, I would get myself out this mess. If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would get myself out this mess. If I could, I would get myself out this madness.
On my block, in this cock, mask on my face, hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. Dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get crank, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, to take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get dirty on the clock when I get guap, whipping on the scene when I get crank, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, to take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get
out there, check out this dope shit, man.
Pay is another guy, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my fetty, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers. Pay is another guy, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my fetty, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm, it's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Around with the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound, the rhythm, it's a sound. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. Get down, come on, get down. The rhythm is the sound, the rhythm is the round, the rhythm is the sound, the rhythm is the rhythm. Get down, come on, get down. 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 Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound, everybody get down. Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound, everybody get down. When we get to you, everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound, everybody get down. Everybody, they come around with the rhythm, it's the sound, everybody get down. When we give it to you.
I've got the techno on my mind, spending in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Take the boy inside, getting in the bumpy ride. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Techno on my mind, spending in the club all night. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body. Take the boy inside, getting in the bumpy ride. I gotta move my body, body, move my body, body.
My dance moves fired away.
All the memories we made under the summer sun, chasing after waves, a taste of berries on my tongue, sipping on a feeling, sun has got me healing, vibing out to your guitar. I don't wanna go yet, watch another sunset, wishing on a shooting star. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend. I know that it has to end. Maybe we could just pretend.
Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. Now everybody from the front to the back, back, go, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. 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 Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. Now everybody from the front to the back, back, go, 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 go. stop the rave.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Arena Esports. Of course, this is powered by Etisalat, our strategic partner, AB Gaming, as well as our broadcast partner, Playtonia. Welcome once again back to Arena Esports with me, Burger Kim. Just me for today, but let's see. Let's find out later on because we're going to be having such an exciting day once again here today as we head into our monthly finals and find out who will be heading over to the playoffs alongside our teams that have just qualified last time. So yep, everyone's fighting for a total prize pool of $1,200. And for the monthly finals, we've seen GK Esports. We've seen several teams here every single week, and now we're going to be finally seeing another set of teams here today. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the monthly finals. So we're going to be seeing Arcanite Esports. You guys, if you guys have been following the scene here, Arcanite Esports as well as Axe team that will be going up against each other in a best out of 5 today. So again, if you guys just tuned in, don't forget to share the live stream. Don't forget to follow us as well. Check out Arena Esports as well. We have a lot of other game titles here for you guys to enjoy, not just MLBB. So there's a couple of titles. So if you guys are interested to join in the other games, feel free to check out Arena Esports for more information. So yes, just me today. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm actually having a solo broadcast here today. But yeah, it is going to be very exciting nonetheless. This is going to be quite a challenge for me as well. I mean, this does happen to me sometimes when I'm all alone by myself, especially if I don't have anyone to hang out with. And since I'm a night owl, all my friends sleep early. Yep, this is the perfect place to actually just to keep on talking to everyone and just yeah, enjoy some good Mobile Legends action. So yeah, $1,200 prize pool, 950 in cash, and $250 worth of Arena Esports points. So yep, first placer gets $650, second placer gets $300, and the third placer gets 150, followed by the fourth placer that gets to take home at least $100. And yes, look at that. I'm such a magician. There you go. Just as I was mentioning the prize pool, it comes right up here on the screen. So yeah, check it out. Yeah, not only cash prize, you guys also get Arena Esports points, which you guys can claim and check over at the Arena Esports website for more information on how you guys can use these points. But yeah, it happens every week. So if you guys want to join us, if you guys want to um have some, if you want to join, if you want to enjoy MLBB action, go ahead and join us every week because we're going to be having, if I'm not mistaken, 2 more weeks. And wow, what am I, a magician? Yeah, I'm a psychic at this point. It just pops right up here. Yeah, just as I was saying, yes, we are currently in our monthly finals Q2. So as you can see, that's Argentine Esports and Team Axe, which will be facing off today in a best out of 5. and you guys will be seeing a couple more teams in the invitational and the open qualifiers. So yeah, this is gonna be the roadmap, and eventually, who will win the monthly finals? We'll head over into the playoffs, which will only have 8 teams, and finally, of course, the grand finals. And yeah, just to give you guys a little hype, the grand finals will be a LAN event. So if you guys are in the area, or if you guys, wanna hop on a plane and go over to the grand finals, well, I believe it's a LAN event. So if you guys want to enjoy it, if you guys are gonna be in the vicinity, go ahead and check it out as well. We're gonna keep putting out more information later on as the broadcast progresses, but we're now in our week 2. And yes, these are our teams for our monthly finals: Arcanite and Axe team here for a best out of 5. So yeah, Arcanite, this is a team that is they're actually quite interesting because they're composed of different players from different MPL MENA teams. And Axe team as well is a team that is competing in MPL MENA. So these two are pretty much familiar faces. If you guys are quite familiar with the MENA scene or the MPL MENA scene, these two, especially for Axe team, right? The players you've come to know them. Arkansas as well has some very well-known players that will be playing for them. So this best out of 5 will be very interesting. So if you guys aren't familiar with the format, best out of 5, it is going to be, of course, winner gets to at least, well, just take 3 games. So that's 3 games that you have to win to take this series. But yeah, again, it can go all the way up until 5 games if one team manages to catch up, whatnot. But yeah, it is going to be just these 2 teams here today for the monthly finals, and we'll find out who will be heading over into of course, our playoffs. So this is already Q2, so we're going to be having Q3 and Q4 as well. So stay tuned for that. So be sure to check out all of Arena Esports' pages. We have been broadcasting this for quite some time. It's also live in other languages as well. So if you guys want to catch the other languages, I believe they're up on YouTube and Facebook if you guys want to catch them. So yeah, it's gonna be me here today. MLBB action. It's really interesting. You know what's really interesting? TDS. Well, he's not here. You can't answer me. But yeah, you know what's really interesting about the new patch? It's a pretty big patch for it's 1.8.30, and it has been released just a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, 2 days ago, it was released, wherein they nerfed a couple of supports. And if you guys were watching last time, there were a lot of supports that shine here in Arena Esports. I believe it was a consistent ban on the Matilda, the Angela. A lot of these supports have been shining. And for the current patch, if you guys are not familiar yet, you haven't read the patch notes, if you guys are lazy to read the patch notes, I guess I can give you guys a little information about that. So yeah, all the supports have been more or less nerfed because I mean, even for me, right? I play a lot of supports, and it's just completely OP right now. The Flash of the Oasis, even the favor roaming item has been nerfed as well because it gives so much shield. It gives so much heals to the support healers or the utility support. So yeah, I think that's going to be one major change in the Flash of the Oasis patch, or in the current patch that we have. I wouldn't say it's something that the players will need to adjust because the supports are still pretty much viable. They just nerf the shields and the heals that it gives. There are other heroes that might actually shine here in this new patch. Looking at our notes here, it might actually be some of the underrated heroes that have been buffed up, namely Khalid and all those other heroes that might actually shine here. So I'm actually this could be the first time that I will be casting a game, finally seeing this new patch. So this is gonna be really interesting for me because so far we've seen also one revamped hero, which is Moscow, completely OP as well. It's the new Aldous. It's the new Aldous that can teleport to wherever you are. So the teams might actually use that to its fullest potential. I'm not too sure if the teams have practiced with it just yet, but Moscow is one of the most popular heroes actually in the current server, in the rankings, as well in the MLBB website. I'm not so sure in professional play. So I've yet to see that too. The revamp Moscow, that's one. Another one would have to be checking our rank matches. Yeah, of course, the Nolan still not getting nerfed. I think it's still gonna be on top of the ban. and banless as of the moment. The last time it was more of the Valentinas as well. So I think this region really loves a lot of the Valentinas. So that might also be a thing. But yeah, that's more or less what I know about the current patch. I'm actually gonna be opening up another tab here for the patch notes because it's quite a handful, and it's actually very interesting that we're gonna be having this patch um right before the World Championship. So it's pretty big. Masha has been revamped as well. So I haven't played enough Masha games to actually find out if this is a pretty big change for her. But according to a squad mate who actually played the Masha a couple of days ago, he said it's not bad, but he's just not used to it yet because there was a lot of changes, I think, for uh all of the skills, even the thunderclap. Argus has been buffed as well, but I don't think it's gonna be a major change. We've seen the revamp Roger. The nerf on the lightning truncheon, that's something huge actually. I'm looking at the passions right now. It's huge, especially for me. I love Cecilion. Lightning truncheon, it gives Cecilia so much damage, so much late game mana or max mana, and it was nerfed. I think they changed the overall passive of the lightning truncheon, which actually is a big change for heroes that are mana dependent like Alice and Cecilion. So Cecilion has been buffed as well. I'm starting to see a lot of Cecilion users as well in ranking. So I'm not so sure if this will affect the overall ecosystem here in Arena Esports or if the teams have adjusted to this meta quite well. But there's a lot of changes, a lot of new heroes, a lot of revamps. But yeah, we're gonna be heading over into the drafting phase. And yep, let's take a look. Still gonna be the same thing. Yeah, Fredrin was actually nerfed. It's a pretty big nerf for Fredrin. So yeah, I'm not so sure if the teams are just really uncomfortable with playing with a Fredrin. And honestly, the Fredrin can be so annoying if you pair it up with the really, really good supports like healers like Rafaela, Matilda. I think it's still pretty much a thing. I would say that tank jugglers are still pretty viable as of the moment. So yeah, that's still going to be a thing. One of the factors that actually made it really difficult for Team Axe last time. So they're really taking that away. Nolan as well, like what I mentioned, still gonna be a big, big factor here when it comes to utility junglers, as well as the supports that are still being banned away here. Rafaela, which means that there might actually be some heroes open here like Valentina. So I guess, again, standard thing, it will be up to the red side to ban that away because the blue side has the first pick here. Novaria, oh my goodness, I cannot stress how this hero is just completely broken. Well, I wouldn't say it's a mage that can carry, but it's a mage that it's come on. Think of it. Pass through walls can one shot hero. So I think Novaria also has to be one of the heroes that provides so much utility and so much overall impact for the team. It also has vision as well. So I think that should be considered here by the red team or Arcanite Esports. So what's gonna be the final ban here for blue side? Maybe either a Valentina if Team Axe doesn't want to use it.
The falling stars brought us here.
Oh yeah, just as I was saying. See, I told you guys I'm psychic. I'm actually predicting every single thing here. But you know what? It's just based on my observations. 1-1. Oh yeah, this was one of the years I was buffed care of her 11-11 skin. I think it's a good buff for 1-1 users. You can pop the ultimate easily. I've gone through several LAN games with the 1-1 users, and it's actually pretty good after the buff. So yeah, this might actually stay on the ban list for quite some time. And yes, it's gonna actually open up a lot of these other heroes like Matilda. And if I'm not mistaken, the other side might actually just pick up an Angela. So there's gonna be a lot of utility supports that will still be utilized despite the nerfs. So maybe Angela Valentina here could be a good combo. Or you know what some other teams do is they pick up an Angela to Rizla. Yeah, it seems like this is oh, I completely forgot about this. Yeah, this was a thing last time. It took so long to end the game, and wow, okay, I was half right. It's an Angela and a Faramis, so double support here for the side of Arcanine. Hmm. My only worry about this is it does not have AoE. Say, in case Team Axe decides to put in like either a Farsa or an Eve, it just has so much more range compared to a Faramis that just sustains. But then again, it's up to your team, how you guys play it, how you guys want to use it in the team fights. looking at Team Axe here, they might actually just go for a more tankier, hmm, a tankier lineup here. Let's say,
I am the priestess of primal
like,
lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
that's a bit weird. You
Still
can see a
source
Ling with
running
an
deep.
Angela, but yeah, I guess the Matilda works as well. So many things flying here. Yep, so many things flying. The Ling, the Matilda. Oh man, looking at Arcanite here, what can they pick up? Because they have so much utility here. They have so much heals. They have so much just dive potential for their composition. So I'm guessing something along the lines of Martis here could be utilized well. And yeah, speaking of dives, what better way to dive than a Uranus? Last two bans here for both sides. I believe that these two teams might actually just start taking out the gold laner options. We haven't seen bans on the Bruno. I think the Iksha will also still be a big factor here. Ooh, Valentina, yeah. I completely forgot about this. This was still open, but for Team Axe, they decided to just go with their jungler pick since they are starting to ban away. They actually banned away the Fanny here for Aizen, so that is something that Team Axe was considering as well, since they need someone. Aizen's more of like the assassin type of user, so yeah, I think that's why they picked up the Link quite early, knowing that they've already have the mid end roam here for the side of Team Axe. They just need a damage dealer. So I think these last two bans might be either an Ixia here. The one was already out, so I think Ixia is still very, very good
It's my
in the
way
laning
or the
phase. And
highway.
okay, come on. I just have to clip this out later on because I don't know how I'm doing this. Oh man, I guess it's double the work, right? Because I'm thinking about it in an analyst perspective or in a caller's perspective as well. So not only am I doing play by play, so it's just crazy. And this is how I actually play when I'm on solo queue. Like, oh yeah, they can pick that up or they can pick this. Oh, this has a great composition. It's because composition. Wow. When did I last seen a Balmon? This has been so long. There was a time that Balmon was this is so good, right? The lethal counter just gets in the objectives. It's pretty much like a second retribution for Balmond. And after it was nerfed, it's actually been well, it's pretty quiet for Balmond users. They haven't used a lot of Balmonds for quite some time.
Here's the
But
proof
yeah,
that
they're gonna
I'm
go for the
still
gold laner
alive.
first. But actually, I mean, if they did go for the Balmond, it's still pretty good, right? It's still pretty good. There were some adjustments, there were some buffs that were given to the Balmond in the previous patches. So I think it's still pretty good, especially with the composition of the Angela and the Parameters. So I think they're gonna save the best for last. The Martis would actually be really good here as well. Looking at Arcanti's composition because they got the Faramis and the Martis just loves to do those dives. So Martis would be a great last pick here since they actually took
Time
out
and
two
tide wait for
jungler
no
options
man,
here for
nor
Arcanti.
girl.
They lock in the Beatrix here. They still need someone with the range. I'm still not so sure if this is going to be an Edith Matilda combo in the mid lane, or is the Edith actually going to go to the XP lane? Since now it is going to be the Uranus. Might actually be oh, Loi. I was actually thinking of a Loi, but you know they need actually someone to burst down the Faramis and the Angela. So I guess the Kadita, and who could ever forget the Kadita here of Nano's X? Just put this out because I've been getting it all right here today. And I'm pretty sure the production's saying the same thing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just yeah, trying to spice things up here because it is just gonna be me and you guys. So again, if you just tune in to the live stream, don't forget to like and subscribe to Arena Esports, and don't forget to share the stream as well and let people know that there is actually MLBB action here. Well, not every week, but it happens. There's at least like one or two MLBB action every single month. So don't forget to tell your friends about it. And not only do you get like just regular tournaments here, you actually get to see some of your favorite MPL players that will be playing here today. And yeah, wow, Natus X once again playing for Team Axe here today. And who could have ever forgotten the last time that he played with Kadita? It was so good. He was actually swapped in the second game. So I just remember this Kadita so well because the jungler was a little bit behind that time, and he was the one making the plays for the team, for Team Axe actually. So this is why Nanos X's Kadita actually stood out pretty well for me. Looking at the Team Axe, looking at the overall composition, because I'm going to be playing colors here as well. So looking at team composition here of Team Axe, they have so much mobility and they have an equal amount of tankiness. I am just a little bit worried here how RNT, if they do snowball with this Martis, it is going to be really difficult for Team Axe as well. Knowing that the Martis is that type of hero that is very, very fast when it comes to snowballing. I've seen that several times. And I think it is one of the heroes that is often overlooked, hasn't been nerfed yet, and it's still really, really good right now. We can see RNT actually, yeah, invading the jungle camps here of Team Axe. Let's see if this will actually be worth their time, because Ronex is really low here. Aizen gonna try to go in for the dives here. He's gonna get slowed down and he's gonna get punished here by Team Axe as they draw in the first blood here. It's a little bit too overzealous there for Arcanite, knowing that the Ling actually has been buffed up. Just the crit rate, it's not that much. But if you're a mage user, if you're a mid laner, it's going to be such a hassle to go up against Aizen's Ling here that he's just very comfortable in using. And there you have it once again. Brawl on the mid lane as Raven goes down. Team Axe just going ham here in the start of the game. And this is pretty good, right? Ling, level 3, spots Kenji here, has that Finch Poise. Not gonna overcommit there because he's not level 4, and knowing if you give Kenji the kills here with the Martis, it is gonna be really devastating here for Team Axe. If ever this continues to happen, and Arcanite actually looking to pressure this bot side, because this is actually where all the action will happen when the turtle is up. Nanos X not going for the commit yet. He does not have the Petrify. Ronex going to be able to survive, and knowing that this is a Uranus, you can just pretty much spam your first skill here. Smile. Forced to use that Purify out just to evade the rough waves here of Nanos X. That's going to be one ultimate up. Turtle is up. No one's starting it yet, but let's take a look at that side. Over on the purple buff, I think Arcanite and Team Axe, once again, they're not going to give Aizen that purple buff as they're struggling for power there. Not so sure who got it. But yeah, there's the hard guard onto Kenji. Yep, Aizen actually manages to snag that away, but the retribution has been used, so this could be a very, very good time for Arcanite to actually contest for this turtle. But you know what? They have other plans. They're just gonna go ahead and go over to take their respective buffs as well. But that would have been an opening because Aizen was actually forced to use his retribution to pick up that purple buff of his. But you know what? Team Axe is on the lead right now. Not a huge lead just yet, but they are looking so good as compared to the Martis here that is just geared up to snowball at any time. Yep, Team Axe going to be starting up this turtle. 1/4 HP. There's the circling. For that steal, but immediately gets punished there by Nanos X. A little bit too late there with the Altar or Nether Realm, as they call it right now. Smile not going to be able to evade that one as Aizen picks up that final kill with the turtle to boot. Team Axe right now on a 1k lead, 3 minutes in. What actually went right there was Arcanite is a little bit too late when it comes to the responses. You see that Smile actually popped in that Netherrealm a little bit too late, trying to save Kenji's life, but instead it actually backfired there. He was also taken out there by Aizen. And this is actually the reason why you see that Arcanite respected a lot of Aizen's picks. Actually took out the Nolan, took out the Fanny as well. And if you have someone who is as skilled as Aizen here with the Assassins, it's really going to be difficult to contest for objectives and even go for the team fights. But now we're seeing Arcanite once again going for the classic purple buff invade, but they're not going to be able to take anything here as they back away. Axe with 4 kills, and now they might actually just go for the 5th one here. Ronex going to be able to sustain. He is a Uranus. He's going to be really, really low now. Forced to pop in that consecration. Not enough as Team Axe is just going to demolish them one by one. Make that another double kill for Jed here. Smile not going to be able to pop in the ultimate to save their lives as Team Axe right now. They're just snowballing up to a 2k lead. Arcanite, they're just really struggling to find openings here because you know what? Even Beast here over on the top side is just going to get pressured here by Team Axe. Kenji gonna go in for the punish here. Finally, the first kill for Arcanite. He's gonna try to go in for more. There's a decimate, and there's the hard guard. Goes in for a double, but not gonna commit for more. I like the answers here for Arcanite. They actually quickly responded to the aggression that Axe actually showed over there on the top side. But you know, Team Axe, they actually have other plans here. Going straight for the turtle here, and Aizen will be taking it with the retribution here. Nice answers here by Arcanite as Team Axe. They might actually just go for the team fights here, go for the punish, as Arcanite is more of like a team fight centric team, and you can see it here. They're going for a 5-man rotation. Chopper gonna get in that decimate from Kenji, and now he's gonna go straight in for the purple buff, as well as Nano's X on a killing spree as well with the Kadita. Nice answers from both sides. And yeah, was that a deny of the purple from Aizen? Yeah, wow. Kenji actually went for the purple buff there of Aizen, so that's going to be a couple of minutes he does not have it. So Arcanite, even though they started out slow, and this is exactly what I was talking about, right? If Arcanite, the Martis is able to snowball, this could actually be their opening, especially for Beast here. That needs a little bit more time. There's the hard guard on to Kenji. Will he go in for the commit? There's going to be the Ocean Oddity there to stop him from his trails, as Beast over on the bottom side also taking in objectives here. Kenji not going to commit for any action here because they know there's still ultimates up. But yep, here it is. Circling Eagle onto Kenji. I think he might be punched here, but the scare of the blast of the Oasis. He manages to escape unscathed there as Team Axe almost got one, but now it's going to be Smile instead. They take in one Aizen with the Tempest of Blades, but not going to be able to steal away that purple buff once again. So 20k lead for Team Axe, still a 2k lead for them, but Arcanite is actually slowly catching up here. And if Kenji manages to pick up a little bit more kills here, or if Team Axe doesn't manage to shut him down here, this is just going to be Arcanite might actually bounce back from that early aggression from Team Axe. Yep, let's take a look at what they'll do here, because this is going to be the last turtle for Arcanite and Team Axe. And so far, it has been Team Axe that has been taking in the turtles. Kenji a little bit too deep here. Will the Circling Eagle do wonders here for Team Axe? And that is going to be the Netherrealm pop there by Smile, this time in the nick of time, because earlier there was a lot of missed opportunities there, a lot of missed timings there of the Netherrealm. And knowing that this is a Faramis, there's a slight delay, so you really have to press it at the right time. But with Aizen's Link, he can just go for the split push here instead of going for that last turtle, because they do need to get in those objectives, because actually haven't converted any objectives yet. That's just going to be the first tower that Team Axe will be taking in. And now Kenji as well has the hard guard here. Team Axe, they're actually going to struggle for power here over on the Lord side. Jet's going to be taking up a lot of the damage, but from the backside, look at Nano X just assassinating the damage dealer from the backside. And now this is going to be the time where Arcanite will get punished. Aizen on a killing spree, and now Kenji's the only one left. Will Aizen manage to make it? Retributions have been used here as Team Axe, they go for the punish, but over on the top side, Ronex as well will be forced to take in some towers for his own. But now that was such a nice timing there of the rough race by Nano's X. If he didn't do that, that would have been at least, Team Axe winning in the team fight. With taking down the Marksman, that would at least cause Arcanite to actually back away from the team fight, knowing that they don't have their damage there. That's going to be the Lord, the first Lord of the game, taken in here by Arcanite, if I'm not... Oh, no, Team Axe that took in the first Lord of the game. Purple buff here going to be trying to be contested here by Tony Chopper, but he's not going to be able to get anything. He's just going to create a lot of pressure, forcing Kenji to actually use the retribution there. And now they're going to be struggling to keep their towers alive here. But look at Kenji over here in the middle. He has the confidence because he has that hard guard from Raven. But yes, you know what? The Lord is up. They have to melt this down. First Lord, this is going to cause so much havoc here for Team Arena Esports. Tempest Blaze has been used, and now we have the Netherrealm up as well. Smile over at the backside gets the damage output as well from the Tempest of Blades, as well as the Primal Wrath. And now Kenji might get shut down here, and that is going to be an all almost wipe out. Ronex, the only one left. He was actually trying to defend that tower over on the top side, and now he's the only one left. Consecration not enough. Mega kill for Arm Floor, and they're gonna do it. Team Axe takes in game number 1 in the fastest game today in our monthly finals. All right. Apart from the hype that I was giving you guys about the predictions that I've made, and yeah, it's gonna be Team Axe, the winner for game number 1. Not yet the monthly finals, so it's gonna be Team Axe winning in game number 1. 2 more wins. They're actually gonna be taking in this series. But you know what? For Arcanite, I like the initiative that they had. I like the draft that they had. It just screams team fight all around, but they weren't able to execute. And right after, R4 and Aizen was just able to snowball with that lane, they were just able to take in objectives after objectives, despite the fact that, 8-minute mark, they weren't able to take any, and just right at one fell swoop, they just took in all of the objectives there in one go. Team Axe, congratulations for taking in game number 1, but there is still going to be a whole lot more games. Let's break it down to you later. As we can see, the highlights as well as the MVP, as well as the total scorecard here for Team Axe for game number 1. But that's it for us. Current score is going to be 1-0 in this best out of 5. Arcanite just has to do a little bit more, at least stop the momentum of Axe team here in game number 2, since if this continues on, it's going to be really hard for them to bounce back, or at least take the momentum back to their side. So yeah, Arcanite, I like their draft here. I am actually a huge fan of double supports, and being a support user myself, there are loopholes when it comes to double supports. I mean, if you are able to pull this off, right, it's it's great. It's great for your team, right? It's supports, it's all about the team fights. It's all about, protecting your damage dealers. But I think what really was difficult there for Arcanine in game number 1 was the presence of the assassins. It was actually a double assassin if you consider the Kadita there to be an assassin as well. Kadita, actually, Nano's X's Kadita was really, really good in this game. Apart from Aizen, right? Like he was the one taking down Beast. He was the one assassinating the supports here. And the supports here, mind you, are Angela and Faramis. And this is a magic damage Faramis, so it's not built to be a tank. And the Angela as well. Even though you build it to be a tank, there's still that sort of squishiness, right? Like it's still pretty squishy. So with the Kadita there, using that petrify, using that rough waves, Nano's X was just able to, take down the back lines here of Arc and T before they're able to go in for the team fights. It's just actually really good because Team X knows that Arc and T will just really force out those team fights, especially, you have an Angela, you have a Faramis. There's just so much sustain, there's just so much support from this team, which is exactly why Team Max just played this out really, really well. So we'll find out for the second game if there's going to be a different strategy that Arcanine will pull out, because they are known for pulling out different types of strategies, and if they are able to snowball a little bit faster with the Martes. Plus, I think they weren't able to take any objectives in this game, which was actually really hard. The turtle and the Lord actually gives a lot more buffs here. The turtle was actually nerfed, but the Lord was actually buffed up. It gives a lot more XP to the entire team, and if I'm not mistaken, it has a lot more damage. So the fact that Arc and T actually weren't able to take in any of the turtles rather, and the Lord, despite the fact that they took down some towers, they were able to create the pressure, they were able to win the team fights. It was actually just really difficult for Arc and T. Plus double assassins, if as you would call it, right? And Aizen actually got a comfort pick here. So let's see if they will actually try and maybe limit out Aizen's heroes for the next game, because they actually did that in the previous games. They took out the Fanny, they took out Nolan, but they completely forgot that there's still a link. And it's actually a great start here for Team as we take a look at the highlights here. 2 minutes in, actually, if I'm not mistaken, like they got in a kill per minute here, because 4 kills by the 4-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this was the part where Argentine really struggled here. They tried to go for the team fights, but it was a little bit too early, right? There was a lot of crowd control. There was a lot of mobility as well for Team X. So the fact that they actually forced out a lot of team fights early on, it was a struggle for them. There was a time that, yes, that was the time that Kenji actually was able to pick up a killing spree there, getting in 3 kills straight. And then this was the part where there's a lot of scattered clashes here for Arcady. I do understand because yeah, there's a lot of heroes that can pick you off, right? So the positioning as well of the damage dealers, particularly Beast, even Raven and Smile here, I have to note because they're pretty squishy, right? Going up against assassins here, going up against Matildas, right? Because they just keep on going in, diving in, just like that. It was an almost wipeout. I believe that Ronex should have been in that team fight because he was the only frontliner here for Arcanti. But yeah, it's a little bit too late. He was trying to save the tower, and Arcanti just ended that game 10 minutes in. Fastest game that we've seen today here in the monthly finals. And of course, we're going to be seeing as well the scoreboard later on who's going to be the MVP. I personal MVP would have to be Nanos X here, or I would say Nanos X. Either Nanos X or Aizen here would is really definitely deserving of that MVP because of the pressure that they really created up against the damage dealers here of Argentine. So let's find out later on. Actually, there's two there. I would have to count Tony Chopper as well if you count the Matilda in. Popping in the Circle Eagle as well as the Guiding Wind was such with such great timing was also a key factor there for Team X, right? Without the Guiding Wind, they wouldn't have been a more it just gave them so much confidence there to go in for the dives with the Matilda because they have a way to engage and disengage from the clash. So yeah, it's an overall a very good game for Team Axe here in this matchup. And if ever they keep up with this type of momentum, if they're able to go with this type of rotation, they are going to be able to at least get the momentum on their side, maybe at least take in game number two. But for Argentina, they have to at least draft. I mean, they drafted the double support pretty early on, right? And that gives so much time for Team Axe to respond with their draft, right? So it's a double-edged sword. It's not as strong as it used to be. Wherein the when the Flash of the Oasis Pass was released, the double support meta was such a huge thing. But now, after the adjustments that were made, after the nerfs that were made on Angela, Rafaela, all of these supports, I think you have to consider the double support meta because for that particular draft, Team Axis has so much more CC. They had so much more plays that they could make with the assassins, right? As compared to what Arcantine wanted for that game was just team fight. And yeah, they were able to win some, but they weren't able to grab in everything, which is what really made it very difficult here for them to go in for an engage. And finally, in that last Lord fight, actually, yeah, the Lord was still standing there. They were wiped out, almost wiped out. It was only Ronex, the Uranus, that was left, and right after that was just over. Without the frontliner here, without the real frontliner, it's just really difficult because it's only up to Ronex and even I think to a point Kenji on the Marcus to sustain in or to take in all of the damage there for their team. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, it is going to be of course Nanos X with the Kadita. So yeah, it's a pretty close stats between Nanos X and Aizen. I just have to give it up to Aizen here for actually picking up all of the objectives here for Team X to be able to get this type of lead. And Nanos X, like what I mentioned, right? Early pickup on the actually didn't finish building that Clock of Destiny, just going in for the Elegant Gem, immediately going for the penetration item. So the Genius One and the Divine Blade. It just makes so much sense, right? Like going for heroes or players like Beast, Raven, and Smile here, the Faramis, the Angela, and the Brody here. It just bursts you down instantly with these two penetration items. So good call here for Nanos X. And if this just keeps up, we might just see maybe a respect ban coming out from Argentine because this is not the first time we've seen Nanos X on a Candida, on a very deadly Candida at that. So yeah, this was just overall a good game. Kenji was able to snowball a bit, like you can see it, right? 3-2, but not enough, right? Not enough for them to get the victory for this game. So let's see what type of adjustments they will make here for the second game as Team X starts this monthly finals actually really strong and they're poised to actually go straight into the playoffs if they manage to get the series. But Argentina is also, one of the teams that can actually do that if they manage to draft well, if they manage to at least try to go for counter picks maybe next time with this amount of CC for the side of, or this amount of pick-off type of heroes on the side of Team Axe. They might actually consider for maybe like hard tanks, maybe a Minotaur, or maybe even I actually missed that time. Like, setter tags are such a huge thing. I believe you've seen setter tags here. Kufra, a couple of atlases, more of the Kufra. So hopefully we'll see more of that because I do understand that the patch actually still favors the support. So we'll find out later on what adjustments Argentina will make. But yeah, Team X already got in 1 point, so 2 more games for them. Or maybe if they do win the next match, it's going to be match point for them in the next game. So yeah, it's gonna be a total prize pool of $1,200 here that everyone's fighting for, and we're just in our Q2 here for our monthly final. So we've already finished the monthly finals for Q1. So after this, we're gonna be seeing a couple more open qualifiers, invitational qualifiers as well, and we'll head over into the next monthly finals as well in a BO5. So it's gonna be really exciting because the picture we're starting to slowly see it as well on who will actually head over into the playoffs. So this is an exciting time if you guys are into the MLBB scene in um, MENA. So not only that, if you guys want to join as well in the weekly qualifiers, you guys can do that. It actually happens, weekly. Just be sure to check out Arena Esports for more information on their socials, on their website as well, on how you guys can join. Once again, thank you so much. This is powered by Etisalat. Thanks as well to our strategic partner, A Gaming, as well as our broadcast partner, Platonia, for making all of this possible. And of course, thank you for joining us every single time that we're live, and every single time that we're broadcasting this live for you guys to enjoy. So don't forget to tell your friends, your family members, wherever enjoys good MLBB action, that there's a lot of things in store for you guys here in Arena Esports, because there's a whole lot more teams, a whole lot more weeks for you guys to enjoy, and I believe the finals can be a run event. So hopefully see you guys there. And if you just tuned in, it's Arcanite and Team Axe here in the monthly finals for a best out of 5. Just a quick recap. Axe team actually won the first game. So let's see. We'll be heading to game number 2 shortly. So yeah, it's just me here today. No TDS. So I'm just gonna be talking to myself, talking to you guys. So hopefully I've actually had some time to check out the comment section later on. But of course, we're gonna go straight into the game here. And yes, wow, okay, what's it with me today? There you have it. The respect band coming through for the Kadita. Not only the Kadita, also the edit here for Arcanite. So yeah, knowing that Nanos X just played that deadly Kadita, you just have to ban it away here for their side. So I actually haven't seen Nanos X on any other hero. So you might actually see Nanos X on. I'm not so sure if this is her type of heroes, like pick off mages, like Eudoras, Kaditas, even Selena. So maybe this is the type of mid laner, an aggressive one, because there's 2 types of mid laners I would classify. One is the slow type of mid laner, the players who love to use like Cecilion, the scaling mages, Cecilion, Savior. There's also high ground mages. These mages need time, but Kadita, right? Like a couple of penetration items, it's enough to burst down the squishiest heroes. They actually miss out on that last ban. So this gives so much option for Arcanite. They pick up the Matilda here. The Angela's still open here for Axe team. They missed out on that final ban. So are they gonna go for Angela here for their first pick? They actually banned away the Valentina. Novaria is open here. So Angela Novaria could be a thing here. High ground mages, utility mages like Novaria is still a big, big factor in team fight. So I think for Axe, it provides a lot of vision. Angela, I guess it really depends on Team Axe here if they want to go that route. Angela Ling, it's still good. Whatever Aizen picks up here, whatever assassin he does decide to pick up, it's still gonna be great with an Angela, right? So either that could be a thing, or Muzong Novaria. Okay, so still half right for me here in the second phase. I think Axe was actually still considering that there will be a lot of backline damage dealers. So Jed no longer has that needed to go in for the onward. So I guess the next best thing for that is to go for Yuzong to take down the backlines. And wow, again, double support here for okay. I am not a fan of this
Still
type of
swords,
lineup from
running deep.
Arcanite. They're trying to steal away the heroes here of Axe team, but I'm not so sure if this is a good call because Angela Matilda, as compared to the Novaria that just has so much range, she can pass her walls, she can just one hit you with her astral shard, her second skill. So I'm not so sure what's the plan here. I mean, the Angela Ling is still a good combo. I was actually hyping this up for Axe team because Aizen's known to use that, right? So now they're actually going to force Aizen to use something else. Beatrix being covered here by R4. He actually had a very good game at the Beatrix up against the Brody. So again, Beatrix is still one of those heroes that is still very viable no matter what you do in the meta. It's still very viable because of the plays that it can do, because of the kit that it has. I mean, come on, it has 4 guns, so there's just a lot of things that you can do. You have a Wesker, you have a Bennett, you have the sniper as well if you want to go in for the long range, right? So close range, long range, the Beatrix just has so many things that she can do. This is exactly why it's still never out of the meta. So we're gonna see the last 2 bans here for both sides. I think uh Axe team might actually take away gold laners and side laners to go up against the Yuzong. I'm guessing something along the lines of Terizla, X board here for the side lanes, or maybe even gold lanes here that could be taken out, making sure that R4 will win the lane here. So this is still pretty weird for me for the lineup of Arkanti. It's still pretty much all over the place because I am just not so sure how this is gonna pan out. Because Matilda, Angela, okay, I guess there's some sort of early advantage here for Arkanti, right? They can go in for the invades, but looking at the lineup here of Axe team, it's just pretty much very standard, very methodical for them. They take away the Uranus here as well that Ronex has actually picked up in game number 1. So they're just taking away other options here. Iksha is actually overlooked here. So this might actually be a choice for Beast. I haven't seen them on any other marksman except for the Brody. So maybe he might actually try something new here. So Axe actually just going for suppression here. If they go for the Spraggo, I guess this is good, right? Double supports, again, very squishy lineup. And yes, I would love to see these setter tanks in play once again. Minotaur, I guess, would be the best one when it comes to the Flask of the Oasis. It has the heals. And speaking of heals, Hilda as well is one of the heroes that is known to invade pretty well, create so much pressure for the jungler here. So I guess they're just T-Max, just taking their time to get in a best pick. I think either or, like Franco, Kufra. I guess they're also considering that there's a lot of mobility here. So Kufra would be good, especially if Tony Chopper is pretty comfortable with this hero. So again, CC, lots of damage here as well in mobility for the side of Argentine with the Bruno. But you know what? Double support, AoE, it just favors the side of Axe team here. But you know, if they can play this out well for Argentine, this might actually work towards their favor. I mean, looking at this, right? Angela, Matilda, this just enables the Bruno so much. And now Beast actually just chooses to go for the Purify in case he gets petrified here by the Yuzong. Or, Tony Chopper decides to dive in with the bouncing ball here. But there's just, Purify. That's only one Purify, right? Wow, talk about CC here. Ooh, I love the lineup here of Axe team. Lots of CC. There's only one Purify, so if they manage to assassinate Beast from the back, right? There's a lot of pokes here, a lot of bursts, a lot of heroes that can just pick off the damage dealer. So again, they have to keep Beast in check here on the Bruno because he's the one that will have a lot of the damage. I am not really a big fan of a Matilda Mage because it doesn't have a lot of range. But again, if you play this out well, I would say Arkansas has a chance, but it is just, I guess they're still trying to test out this type of composition. Still a double support. If they are able to enable Beast here, if they're able to let Beast snowball with this Bruno, I guess it would be great. But again, this is a lineup of T-Max that is just very, I guess very standard, lots of CC. I'm just really worried about that because there's not a lot of CC here for the side of Argentine. Only the final slash from Ronex is Arlot. Wow, when was the last time I've seen an Arlot? It's been so long. Let's see how this will pan out. Actually, the Arlot has been booked, I guess, in the recent patch, knowing that there's a lot more XP laners that are shining right now, especially with the Yuzong up, Terizla's up. That Terizla has been nerfed out also, so I guess it's time for the Arlot to shine. But going up against the Yuzong, that hasn't been nerfed yet, so I Yuzong is one of the, I guess, the best XP laners has at the moment. The buff that they gave to its passive, it just works so well with so much life steal. So I'm not so sure. Let's see how this new Arlot will fare. I guess he's rocking that Braves Might emblem, so that might give him a little bit more advantage. I mean, I actually want to see the all the emblems that they're using, the primary, the secondary, and even the last one that they're using, so I can actually get a full picture of what emblems that they're using. But you know what? They're gonna leash the buff here first for Arcantee. Lots of steals being made here by Arcantee in this particular game. Let's see if those steals will actually be worth it, or if they're actually comfortable with these types of heroes. Yep, Nanosex on the Novaria. I really like this lineup here of packs just because it's a little bit more standard. I also like the contemporary draft here of Arcantee. A little bit too squishy in my opinion because again, they don't have that, hard frontliner. Earlier, there was a Uranus. That was a little bit more of a frontliner, right? Wow. Guys coming in here from Tony Chopper, a little bit too timed well there with the bouncing ball as well, but there's a lot of damage here from Raven and the support as well from Smiles Angela. So he's going to be forced to use that flicker away, but there was just a lot of pressure there from that Kufra. So again, there's going to be no supports here. There's the Petrify coming through for Jed, and there's the flicker as well coming through from Arcantee. Jed might actually fall, and that is going to be Team Arena Esports picking up the first blood. Quite different from what we had in game number 1, so this might actually be the start that they were looking for. A little bit of contemporary, but again, it could work out if they manage to buy some space here for Beast. What Arcantee did wrong in that last game, I would say, is that they didn't take enough objectives in that first game. They weren't able to take any of the turtles, so they have to consider that in this game, because looking at Kenji, he's actually positioning himself here on the turtle pit and actually be poised to take in this turtle. And with the Ling, right, despite that this is an Akai, I would say Aizen still has some advantage here because of the heavy spin, right? If they can get that heavy spin up, you can also still go in for that objective steal. But yep, there's the dive onto Smile as well as the heavy spin. Wow, whole lot of ultimates being used there. Jed as well. Wow, being punished here by the Arlot of Ronex. So this is starting out pretty well here for Arcantee all across the board. And now they're looking to take the first turtle here for Team Axe. There's the hard guard onto Ronex, and that's gonna be Kenji picking up the first turtle of the game. Something that the Arcantee really needs to do. Chopper really low here, gets in the slashes from the Ling, and now Kenji as well gonna try to go in for the purple buff here. Jed's trying to stop him, trying to zone him away. But here comes Ronex to the rescue. Going in for the final slash, misses by a mile. He's not even level 4 here for Jed. There's just so much pressure onto him. Ronex goes in for the dive. He's actually gonna dive in all the way to the turret, and knowing that there's a Matilda here and the Link to actually go for the Tempest Blade. Wait, are they gonna go for it? Jed passes back away. He's gonna have that a little bit more life steal, but wow, Arcantee is just relentless here on the chase as they just shut down Jed thrice here on his lane. Ronex doesn't even have that Petrify. So, wow, this is very, very early on. 3 minutes in, Arcantee actually picked up that first tower. So this is really, really good for them. Like I said, it's a high risk, high reward type of draft. It's very risky to pull off this play as compared to Team Axe that has just a lot more CC, a lot more things that they can work with in their kit, right? Having a lot more meta heroes on their side. Yep. And now after they have completely shut down Jed, well, not completely just yet. 3 kills over on the bottom side. They're going to be actually moving towards this top side, which we haven't seen so much action just yet, right? Because Beast and R4, they've only been you know, doing a couple of pokes here and there, but never really the pickoffs here over on the top side. So I think Arcanite is also taking notice of that. And apart from all of that, too, killing spree for Kenji. So showing Team Axe that they can actually use this lane just like them. It's actually pretty good, right? Knowing if Kenji's comfortable with this hero, you actually steal it away from Aizen. You also manage to snowball, but then again, you know what? This is looking really good for Arcanite, right? Look at the Circle Eagle there on the chopper. Gets in that Tyrant's Revenge. Bouncing ball. Misses. Once again, he's really low as R4. Going in for the bullet showers. There's this guiding wind from Smile in the nick of time to be able to survive that, where here comes Aizen. Not so sure if he finds him, but wow, Rolex from the back. Just taking everyone down. He gets the tower though. But yeah, 3-1-3 on that R-lot. Brave Smite just proving to be working really well. Pokes are not coming through here for Nano's X, and I think this is just the key, right? Banning away that Kadita. Banning away the Edith as well, even though it was nerfed actually. So first turtle actually went to Arcanite. They also took down 2 towers, so this is really, really good for them. 17k as compared to earlier, wherein they were in a 2k gold deficit. Here's Jed as well. And mind you, this is Jed's Yuzong that hasn't been able to scale up pretty well. Now here comes the turtle, half HP for Arcanite, and they will be able to take it with no contest at all. It actually just went to Beast here, but nonetheless, you know, Arcanite, they struggled so much in game number 1. There comes the Astral Echo onto Nano's X. He's able to scan everyone, but then again, you know, with Kenji onto the back, hard guard available at any time. He's going to try to take out Nano's X. And there you have it, Final Slash as well from the back side. 3 members down instantly for Team Max. 6 minutes in. What is this type of game from Arcanite? This is what we were looking for in game number 1, and they are able to do it. Shutting down their XP lane, shutting down Jed, and then going for the pressure onto the top. This is just so good, right? I'm not a fan of double supports here. I'm not a fan of a Matilda mid lane, or I would say Smile is actually the mid lane here, so it's really difficult to pull off, right? Like, knowing that Axe has a lot more meta picks, but you know, Arcanite's just making it work so well, and this is actually what makes it really exciting here, because they have a lot more. It was a very risky type of draft, but they are able to make it work. This time, the R-lot just is such a very, very huge factor. Speaking of that, Raven a little bit too deep there. Gets the Petrify from Jed. No hard guard available just yet, but there's just so much pressure all across the board here for Arcanite. What is Arcanite? What is Team Axe gonna be able to do here at this point, right? Like, looking at what they have as of the moment. They're looking to pressure this bottom side. There's the hard guard from Genji on the Rolex rather. There's the Final Slash. Arthur gets taken down. Tempest of Blades. Aizen forced to use that heavy spin out, but he's taking out so much damage from Kenji and the rest of the team, and he's not even able to sustain. There's the Astral Echo from the back, but Nano's X just isn't able to position well. There's the circling wheel to Tony Chopper. And there you have it. The secret to actually taking down this type of lineup from Team Axe is just to actually enable your damage dealers, right? And by this time, Beast 203 on the Bruno. Wow, this would be really hard to shut down, right? R4, even Jed here, they're not winning their lanes. Arcanite was just able to snowball. They were able to take in all the objectives as well. This is just crazy. Best out of 5, like what I mentioned, momentum can shift towards anyone's side. There's the Petrify from Jed. There's the Circle Yield. Tony Chopper gonna land in the dives, but taking in a lot of damage as well because the hard guard is here. Gone to Rodex. Aizen and R4 really, really low. R4 forced to take in the damage there as they slightly back away. Axe as well. Tempest of Blades being committed here by Jed. He gets taken down there by Arcanite, and now there's only one left here, Aizen and Nano's X, but what can you do from the wrath of Arcanite? They take down almost everyone from Axe. 8k lead here for Arcanite, so far from what they had in game number 1. And this is exactly what you get, guys, for a monthly finals. Best of the best teams here. just fighting for that spot. If I'm not mistaken, Argentine failed to actually take it here in the last time, and now we see final slash, a lot of CCs being used. There's the hard guard onto Ronex once again. Oh, Kenji this time actually. Total Chopper unable to make in the place here. Lord is still up here for Argentine. So much things here for Team Axe to consider. When to go in for the engage. Plus, Nanosix, he's actually had a decent game here, despite the fact that there's a link to take him down. But then again, if you have these types of heroes, right, like you have to position really well. And without your frontliners, we're not able to make the plays. And look at that, Aizen just forced to take out so much damage. Step in some plays there to zone everyone away. Jen forced to use that Black Dragon form out as Kenji can be extra aggressive here with Smiles Heart Guard just to heal everyone up. And I completely forgot there was still the Lord here over on the bottom side. They're gonna have to melt that down. They're gonna successfully be able to do so. 35k for Argentine, 23k for Team Axe. That final slash is proving to be such a deadly combo here, paired with the Matilda, paired with the Angela, but R4, wow, Kenji just getting schooling Team Axe here, schooling Aizen, saying that I can actually do this. Tony Chopper gets a nice setup there, but fails to have that follow-up as Kenji still being enabled here by the supports. Double kill for Beast. There comes the recalls. There comes the taunts from Arcantine, and has only Nanosex left to defend. But what can you do up against a team of 5? As they take down the crystal, it's gonna be over as they stop the havoc here of Team Axe in game number 2. And they take it, stop their momentum, and equal the playing field here to 1-1 in our monthly finals. Nicely done by Arcantine. Some adjustments that were made. Like what I said, it was a very risky play that they made their risky draft as well. I also wasn't so sure if they were comfortable with that lane, as well as stealing away some of the comfort picks there of Axe. But I guess that was the key here for Argentine. Some adjustments that they made, a little bit uncontemporary for some players. I guess some people would actually question why, okay, why is there a double support, or why is there like mid lane? And it actually does work. But again, there's just so many things you have to consider, right? Argentine was able to shut down Jed on the XP lane thrice, 3 deaths very early on. So it's just crazy how they were able to pull that off. So I'm not so sure if this time. So I think this might just be a story of Ling, like contesting for the Ling, not really on the Faramis, because the last time we've seen the monthly finals, there was a lot of contests on the Faramis. So I think this time it might actually just be the Ling. This seems to be the key to victory here for both sides, knowing that Argentine can actually play that really well. So yeah, we're gonna be heading over to game number 3 shortly. We'll find out again who will be at least getting in the match point for game number 3. So it's either Argentine or it is gonna be Team App. So give them some time to figure out what type of draft that they want next, what type of play that they want next. And Argentine, like what I told you guys, so many plays that they can make. And the Arlot was just something I guess that Team Axe wasn't prepared for. Arlot actually is often overlooked, actually, ever since the collapse of the Oasis. Um, it favored a lot of the XP players like Export, to name a few, Export, Charizla, and Yuzong. These are oftentimes the XP laners that we see, but we actually forget that there's also other good XP laners like the Arlot that has been buffed up in the patch. I want to see an Esmeralda as well that has been buffed up. Not really a big buff on the Esmeralda, but I would say the shield on the early game will be a big factor for Esmeralda to come back in the XP lane, knowing that there's a lot more um heavy damage when it comes to the XP lane, like more on the Terizlas, more on the Yuzong. So early engages is more favored, right? As compared to sustaining like the Uranus, Esmeralda. There was a time that was actually a thing, right? Esmeralda and Uranus on the XP lane, heavy sustain. But now we're starting to see a lot more other things open up here in our patch. So yeah. It's gonna be exciting since we'll find out in game number three who will get that match point for the next game. Not unless, it might actually just be a 2-2, but who knows, we'll find out later on. But you're definitely gonna get the best action here because this is the monthly finals. You might actually see either game number five or either, it's just a snowball for, either Arkansas or Axe team. I think these two are they're just in the same region, right? They also know the players well, know what type of couple picks that they have. So I think today I'd actually just be a story of the lane. They're fighting for $1,200 as well as $950,000 in cash and $250 worth of Arena Esports points. This happens weekly. So if you guys want to join the open qualifiers, if you guys want to check out the other game titles as well, you guys can go ahead and check out Arena Esports for more information. Once again, thank you so much to Etisalat for powering us up, our strategic partner, our broadcast partner, Platonia and AD Game. Thank you so much for powering us up, for making this possible for everyone to enjoy. This is Mobile Legends action for you guys. Yeah, we're heading over to game number three. We have to see the highlights as well as our MVP and our scoreboard for that last game. So I think just to sum it all up, it was just, the supports were just able to make the damage dealers shine, namely Kenji and Beast there. So by the time that they reached the 3-minute mark, they were actually able to take down one tower. So map control, they were able to pressure the sides. It was such a huge factor for Arkansas in this game. So if they're able to replicate this type of success that they had here in this game, they're able to snowball with this type of composition. They can actually take the match point here, but we have yet to find out. Like Team Axe definitely has a lot more tricks up their sleeve. They're pretty solid. They've been playing with each other for quite some time. Not so sure if Axe will actually bring out Bunting here. I've seen Bunting play, and why am I actually hyping this guy up? He's actually playing for Axe. Played in several local amateur tournaments here in the Philippines. He's actually pretty good. But then again, the competition here in the Philippines is pretty it's very competitive here in the MLBB scene. So I guess, he took his talents to other regions as well. It's starting to happen as well. Speaking of the imports, there's a lot of imports in other regions. I guess this makes the ecosystem a little bit more interesting, right? A lot more coaches going into different regions, sharing the knowledge of MLBB to other teams there as well. So I guess, let's hope Team X will bring out Banting because I have a lot to say about this guy. He's very talented. A lot of respect bans will be made as well if he comes to play. So yeah, we'll find out. We'll actually find out if they might bring out Banting here for this game. But knowing Team X, not so sure if they'll go for the same lineup because they're also known to field other players as well in the game. We're just waiting for the scoreboard. We're just waiting for the highlights here. You guys can see how fast Arkansas was actually able to take that game. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 3 minutes in, they were able to take in one tower, go straight for the turtle. It was just a good game for Arkansas. Yep, I actually want to see the comments. You guys can actually, this is the best time to actually be talking to me because, yeah, this only me here today. So if you guys, want to talk about the patch, talk about the games, you guys can go ahead and do that over on our YouTube page. But let's take a look at the highlights here. Such a good game for Rolex as compared to the time he was Uranus, only sustaining. He's a little bit more that type of XP laner that is more proactive, a little bit more aggressive. So I guess the best way to sum this all up is to give Ronex a hero that can also make the plays, knowing that there's no setter type of tank here in this game. So it's only up to our Arkanti's Ronex to be able to make the plays here with the final slash. And as you can see, right, Ronex is just the one engaging first, making sure that Arkanti has a good idea of where he goes first. And most of the time, if not onto Kenji, this was the time that Tony Chopper got in that nice set. But then again, you know what? Everyone was just backing away because there's so much damage, not just from Kenji, but from Beast as well. So, like what I said, if you are able to enable the Bruno early on up until the end, this is exactly what's going to happen here for the highlights here. We're going to see the scoreboard as well, the total as well. for the scoreboard of our second game, as Argentina will be equalizing the playing field once again, 1-1 in favor of no one because we're down back against a zero. So we'll find out here in game number three who will be able to get the match point. So we'll find out who is the MVP. I guess just a lot to consider there. I would personal MVP, apart from Genji, apart from the supports, I would have to say Ronix really played a very good game here. The final slashes were just on point. He was the one setting up the plays, like what I mentioned, because as compared to the arenas, he was more of soaking up the damage, right? He was more of sustaining. But if you give him, I guess if you give him like heroes like Xborg, heroes like Teresa, I think he can make the play. So yeah, I think this works so well for Argentina in this game. So Ronex is my personal MVP. I have to give it up to Kenji as well for creating so much pressure. I guess if not Ronex, it might actually be Kenji as the MVP this time, showing Team Axe as well that he can play a lane very, very well. And just like what I said, here's the scoreboard here. Total landslide here by Argentina. And yeah, it's gonna be Kenji. Close second is gonna be Beast. Actually, didn't see so much of Beast, right? There was more of a 1v1 between our four, but I just have to give props as well to Raven and Smile here for this particular game. The hard guards were on point. The guiding wind as well from Raven was on point. So they were just able to make each other shine in this game for Argentina, which is actually what made this really, really good. And as you can see, Ronex's items, there was not a single damage item here. All defensive items, which is exactly why he was not afraid to go for the dives. Plus, you got an Angela, you got a Matilda. There's nothing to worry about here for Argentina. So I guess this type of composition, it might raise a question mark for some of us. Why are you going for double support? Why are you going for mages that doesn't have as much range as Nanos, X's, Novaria? But it just provides so much utility, so much mobility as well for Argentina this entire game. And they were able to do that starting by picking off Jed actually in this entire game. He has the most stats in this game. And yeah, giving that space to Ronex early on, shutting down Jed in that early game was just able to make Argentina have that space in the objectives. And most of the time, it always happens at the XP lane, which is exactly why you need an XP lane that goes in for the full engage, like the Arlot here in this game. He was a little bit aggressive. Jed was actually pretty aggressive in this game, going for very early petrifies, but he was punished several times here by Arcanite, which is actually the result of 7 deaths in this entire game. So really a tough game for Jed and the entire team of Team Axe. Let's see what type of composition they will field out in the next game, or will they field out new players? Will they field out another player in this game? Because that might actually enable them to do more. Because let's say if they field out Banting, once again, I'm hyping this guy up because if they field out Banting, he is that type of roamer that is very aggressive, more on the Brox, more on the Atlases and Poofers as well. Tony Chopper's pretty good, but I guess Tony Chopper's a bit more. He had a lot of good sets, but then again, you know what? Arcati was just able to snowball, so it was nobody's fault at that game. Arcati was just able to take away all the objectives that they were able to take out in game number one. They were able to take out in game. They were able to take for themselves in game number two. So hopefully they can replicate this in game number three. We'll find out later on. So yeah. It is gonna be again a prize pool, a total prize pool of $1,200. So if you guys are interested to join, or are you guys interested to join as well? Other titles, I believe we have other game titles here as well. So if you guys wanna, join, feel free to check out Arena Esports' Facebook page, their website as well for more information on how you guys can join. If you guys are casual gamers, if you guys are, you guys are pretty competitive as well, you guys can, yeah, you guys can check us out. It happens every week. You guys can check hub.arenaesports.ae for more information on how you guys can join. We have been doing this for quite some time. We're already in Q2 of our monthly finals. So if you guys want to join in Q3 or Q4, go ahead and do so. Check out Arena Esports' Facebook, YouTube, as well as our website. So now if you guys just tune in, it's Argentina and Axe team here for our best out of 5. Let's see who will get the match point as we head straight into game number 3 here. Team Axe on the blue side, Team Argentina on the red side. So far, it's 100% win rate on whoever is, well, not really 100%, 50-50, right? So Axe seems to work well when they are on the blue side. Earlier it was Argentina on the blue side. They were able to capitalize on that. Now they take away a lot of the supports here. Nolan's still out for this game. Yep, Paramis as well being taken away. So knowing that okay, so knowing that Argentine is going for double supports, they actually take away all of them. Yeah, don't be shy. Actually, they might actually want to take the Matilda here for X. So they're actually really taking away two of the best options. Paramis, Matilda still up, so um they're forcing Argentine to actually ban away the Matilda here. But if that gets banned away, there's still other heroes like Valentina. So Team X, they might start out with a safe choice like Matilda here. Or if you know, don't want to reveal too much, you can pick up the Valentina, right? If you don't really know what to get yet, pick up the Valentina. You can just pick up the ultimates here. So yeah, it is pretty much a double-edged sword if you're here on the blue side. What will you pick up? Because there's a lot of good picks open here. Matilda, Novaria. If you want to be safe, just go for the Valentina. That seems to be a very popular choice here in the MENA region. What's it gonna be for Team X here? Nanosec still playing, so again they're gonna go for the same lineup. Matilda still pretty good. And now, I guess if for Argentina they go for double supports, right? No Angela here to pick up, so either they can pick up a Novaria or a Valentina, or they can pick up the Yuzhong here. That seems to be something that Team X also loves to prioritize. They did prioritize that in the last game. So either a Novaria would come out here, Valentina would come out here. Martis is already out, so they might actually try to start picking up other heroes as well. I haven't seen anyone pick up the Moskov, so they're gonna go for a different route. They actually pick up Kenji's hero. Wow! Double tank setup this time. So wow. I guess Arcanite was saying, if you're not giving us the supports, we're just gonna beef it up here. And what better way to beef it up than pick up the Baksha and pick up that Minotaur here as well that is still affected by the Flash of the Oasis. I like the Baksha is just really good right now in terms of the meta. Still very good. Not only is it anti-heal, but it also rotates pretty well when it's the jungler. And this was something that they took out here in game number 2. The Edith was out, so Arcanite still has to consider that Nanos X might pick up the Kadima here. That works so well, but Aizen this time picking up his Ling that won them game number 1, but there's a lot of beefy heroes here as compared to game number 2 that had a lot more squishy heroes, so you can just pick them off. Critical damage has been buffed up for the Ling, so I guess that's something that they have to consider. Lava range here, Arcanite picks up that Ixia. So now they might actually take away heroes like Urethel, heroes like Beatrix that R4 has been spamming for the past 2 games. Either that or heroes that can go head-to-head with Ixia. Melissa is a very good choice, but yeah, let's see what will be banned away here. There you go. Just on cue. Right on cue. Right on cue here. They take away the Kadita. Still respecting Nano 6. You can kind of see the impact that he had in game number 1, and they're still gonna continue banning it away. So this might actually force Nano 6 to pick up like either a Novaria or maybe put Nano 6 on the Matilda. But knowing Nano 6, he might actually just go for maybe a lot more of the meta. Last 2 bans here, I guess maybe another, either a respect ban or maybe they take away a comfort pick like a Beatrix for R4. Because he hasn't been using any other hero other than the Beatrix. At this point, I think the Ixia just still rules the gold lane.
I didn't cure the
because
pain.
you can pick up a Bruno. That's the counter for the Ixia. They can pick up, I guess the Melissa can still be picked up here by R4. Beatrix is still okay, I would say, but the Ixia just has so much more range in team fights. But they have to still worry about the fact that Aizen's on a Ling here, so he can still take out the Ixia here of Beast. So last man here, Rafaela for Okay, so knowing for a fact that Arkansas has been drafting really,
against the crimson
I just love
flowers
seeing
that
this.
night.
Yeah, I just had to say it because I love seeing this, but it's gonna be really hard too. Okay, I love seeing a Cecilion, but it's gonna be really hard to go up against a Link. I really, really don't like going up against a Link, Lancelot, but they need burst here. They need burst. The Cecilion, um, I guess the buff is good, especially they gave him
Pain is
additional
the proof that
damage
I'm
and extra
still
mana
alive.
when it comes to the first skill. But I still think that Cecilion was heavily affected by that nerf on the lightning truncheon, so we'll have to wait. This needs a lot more time. But I guess it makes so much sense here for the lineup here for Argentine because they picked up two BP heroes, and that is really the best way to protect your damage dealers here. Smile going for something a little
Where
bit
there is
of a
light,
throwback to
there are
seasons ago.
also shadows.
Nanosex going for Aloy as well. This is something I haven't seen. There's a lot of things you can do with this as well. The diversion play, right? Like the surprise factor that it can make. And what a way to beef things up as well. Export? Okay, I'm really confused here. Who's gonna go? Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, this does make sense because I was thinking that Minotaur was gonna go to the XP line. So yeah, export does make sense here to go up against the Edith, so the Edith won't really be able to be a little bit more aggressive here on the side. So export, yes, I would say yeah, any of these types of heroes will work for the side lane. Yeah, export would be a good choice as well to go in for the backlines with the last insanity. So I guess I like this. Occupy has sorry, not Occupy. This is Arkansas rather on the red side has a very good scaling lineup. Ixia, Cecilion, but if they manage to survive that early game, because looking at the side of Team Axe here, they have a lot of early game, right? The Matilda, the Edith, these are heroes that can pressure on the early game. So if Argentine manages to make this or it manages to pull this off until the late game, this is going to favor their side. But then again, it's not going to be easy for the damage dealers. If they can protect them, like what they did in game number 2, this might actually be match point for them. Let's take a look at the lineup once again, one last time here as we head over to game number 3 as Argentine. Fresh off from their victory, let's see if they will manage to pull off maybe a reverse sweep or maybe even get the ball rolling towards their side here because Axe is just it started out pretty well. So again, laying on Aizen's hands. This is something that we have to talk about because he's just so comfortable with this hero to the point that they had to steal this away. Argentine had to steal this away in game number 2. Okay, this is going to take some time, right? If this, we've seen a 10-minute game, we've seen a very fast second game, so this, for Arkansas, yeah, let's nice and slow here. Let's make it nice and slow. Cecilion, based on the Ixia, you need some time to be able to scale up, but wow, Tony Chopper. Yeah, he's going to leave that one unscathed, definitely. Matilda definitely wants to do that, create a lot more pressure. But I like this. Arkansas has this lineup that they are able to respond fast. They have that very beefy front line, but they have to take into consideration Nanos X as well on this Bully. Once these tanky heroes, especially the Baksha and the Minotaur that are frontlining for Arkansas, gets that rotation dispersion combo from the Loi, it's gonna be really hard. And there comes the engage once again from Jed. Genji's really low. This is looking really bad for Arkansas. They are able to, oh no, Genji. Somebody, but not for long. Aizen says, you're not gonna get away from that. 1 HP. I actually thought Kenji would have been rolling out of that one. Literally rolling out of that one. He's a tire, by the way, in this game. He is. Look at his skin. This is the this is the badass roller skin. Literally rolling out of that one. Great start for Axe. Again, this is not looking good for Argentine. Aizen is on a comfort hero, and if they just keep feeding him like this, it's gonna be really hard to bounce back. But again, Arkansas has that, type of, I guess, mindset that if this lasts a bit longer, it's gonna be favored towards their side. They have a Cecilion, they have a Nixia once again, but these are heroes that are also pretty squishy. His Smile is just outmaneuvered or outpositioned one time. It's gonna be devastating for the side of Arkansas. And once again, this is a thing. They get the onwards onto one. Kenji's unable to move, is unable to roll out, forcing Ronix to actually respond to this one. Kenji just actually level 4 yet. So this is just Team Max once again going for what they did in game number 1. Gets in the turtle, first turtle of the game, goes towards their side with no contest at all. I like how they banned away the Edith here, despite that they've nerfed this thing. It's just so good when it comes to the laning phase. It's very tanky as well. There's the diversion play from the Loi over on the other side. It actually goes all the way into the tower. Jet once again is going to be the target here. Tempest of Blades. Ronex not going to be able to escape that one as Aizen once again picks up the second kill for the game. And I'm just saying this because Aizen is on a link. 2 kills already. 3 minutes in. All the kills are going to him, so it just keeps up. It's going to be a hard game. Especially for the Ixia, especially for the Sicilian. Speaking of that, Tony Chopper forced to use that flicker out. Smile gonna be able to stack up there as Nanos X as well. Using in that rotation dispersion combo from the Loi. I haven't seen so much of the Lois. Reason why it's a very situational pick, but here comes Tony Chopper from up top. Not able to get anyone at that. Lots of pressure over the top side, R4. Over on the side, there's the Minoan's Rage onto Raven. Here comes Nanos X forcing the 2 tanks to back away. Aizen as well misses that Minoan's Fury. Here comes Tony Chopper. Here comes Smile. They get the full rounds from the backside from the Ixia Beast. Not enough damage just yet. Tempest of Blades from Smile. He still survives unscathed. There's Tony Chopper. Everyone's really low. This is actually really difficult. Crit rate has been upped by a bit and now forcing Smile to actually flicker out from that one. This is what's really deadly about the link, right? If someone is just so good at using this link, and hold that thought because Beast is going to get targeted here with the Circling Eagle. Flickers out to safety. There's the use from the Minotaur, but they're not able to do anything. Look at Jin just popping in that Primal Rat. So much pressure from Team Max. This is exactly what they did in game number 2 for Arcanite, and now they're doing it once again. Aizen on the link. I think Arcanite should have considered that. Yeah, Aizen could have picked up that lane. There was a lot to consider as well, right? They were on the red side, so they had to take into consideration the meta picks as well. Blue buff is being contested here. Once again, there's the onward full barrage from the back. There's taking a lot of damage here. And there you have it. First kill, Jed gets punished as well as a shutdown. Well, not yet the shutdown. They do take down Aizen. Rotation dispersion combo, and now Arcanite. They win in the fight. They were a bit calculated there, and it's a good thing that Beast was actually positioned well as Smile. So again, this is a thing about the damage dealers from Arcanite. If they're able to play it out well, if they're able to position well, they are going to be able to win the team fights. And if you notice, it's actually Kenji, the one frontlining, getting in all the onwards from Jen's Edith. So far, now after those 2 pick-offs, Arcanite is still able to breathe, at least try and get the second turtle of the game. There's the first turtle of the game, second turtle rather, being started up here by Kenji. So, yeah, what's it gonna be like here for Arcanite? It's gonna be reset here. Smile's gonna be the target of Aizen, forced to use that Bat's Beast. He's been able to sustain, but then again, the only flicker out, he wasn't able to use it. They were able to take that 1-for-1 trade here. And there goes a flicker as well. Last Intensity has been used here by Ronex. Does not have the Firaga armor. There's a rotation dispersion combo from the backside from Nanos X on a killing spree. As Arcanite forced to back away. And like what I said, apart from the Sicilian, they have to take into consideration Nanos X's positioning. And he has been positioning himself so well. Look at Aizen. Going all over to the backside. Double kill for Aizen. With the assist from Nanos. This is gonna be really hard too. Arcanite, Team Axe, they're just making sure that this does not go into the late game. This will be really hard. Middle tower has been taken away as well by Team Axe. This is going to give them so much space to take in the objective. Speaking of that last hurdle, I think it's going to be no contest at all from Arcanite. They're just going to have to pray here that Arcanite will, well, rather Team Axe will have to at least hold it out, right? Like, hope that this lasts a little bit longer because it's gonna be really hard for them to scale up. Kenji as well here, soaking up the damage from Team Axe. Four-man rotation here from Arc and T over the top side. We're seeing Kenji go from backside. Jed forced to take in the damage. There's the full barrage. Misses by a long shot. They do take a damage, but here goes Aizen to the rescue with the cleanup work. Smell forced to back away. And now we see Jed as well getting in that guiding wind out. Gets that double kill with the Primal Rat. Ronex unable to do anything, just forced to take in objectives time after time. 306 on the Loi. What's making it really difficult here for Arc and T is how their damage dealers, they are able to position well, but again, they are considering Nanos X's Loi. I love how Nanos X is able to use these non-meta heroes to its fullest potential. I mean, the Loi, with only the flicker out, right, you have to be really careful because there's a rotation dispersion combo from the Loi forces Arcanite to actually back away from this one. 30 seconds before the next Lord is up for the taking. What's it gonna be for Arcanite? They have these late game heroes, they have these late game insurances, but how do they manage to make it to this game? Because, yeah, it's gonna be Team Max just wreaking havoc up against them. Wow, how's it gonna pan out for them here? Whew. Yep. It is gonna be really hard as Team Max is just pushing through. Only inhibitors left here for their side. Athena's shields has been purchased here by Ronex just to counter out the damage coming out from that Loi. It's gonna be really hard to contest here as well. Nanos X. You also got eyes in here. 5-on-4 on the lane. They take it with no contest at all. Speaking of the lane, Aizen actually chose to pick up that House Clause, making him or enabling him to be a little bit more aggressive here. House Clause has that lifesteal, so he can actually go in for the dives. Plus, they also got Tony Chopper here with the Matilda, so it's gonna be really easy to engage and disengage in the clash. So let's see what they'll do here. They got the first Lord. Immortality is being purchased here by Jed, so we're seeing Team X just gearing up for that final clash. Arcanite says it's not over yet, as long as they can get their damage dealers up, but look at that. Rotation, that dispersion combo from Nanos X. They have to take him out, but there's no one to actually pick him off except for Ronex with that last Insanity. But how can you get through the back lines when Nanos X has been dishing out so much damage? Everyone just has to maintain social distancing for the meantime, right? Because they can't takes that damage from the Loi. There it goes. There's the engage. Primal Rat has been committed. Double kill for Nanos X. Damage zeros are down. Beast is still up though. Pops in that full barrage here. Able to melt down this Lord. But then again, there's only two of them. Look at the damage coming down from that Loi. And it's gonna be an almost wipe out with only Ronex F left to defend. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it as Team X will be getting in match point for game number 4. Woo, what a game! Finally! Team X finally manages to find the cracks here in the drafting phase of Arc and T. Taking out that double support, taking out that Angela, it's just a really big factor for the team, right? And Team X was able to get in their comfort picks as well. They picked up something new as well, the Loi that we haven't seen. Actually, I haven't seen this. I've seen this in situational picks. I've seen this in other MPL regions, but it's just very situational, right? It depends on the composition, and with how Nanos X was able to position get that rotation dispersion combo, it was just really good. Team X rather, now on a match point for our game number 4 in this best out of 5. Arc and T will have to pull up more tricks in their sleeve as we head over to the next game if they wanna head over to at least a game number 5, right? Because Team has one more win, they will get in this monthly qualifiers. So yeah, it is quite a very exciting time to be in. Monthly finals are always exciting. You see like our top teams from the invitational qualifiers going down to our monthly finals. So finally see if they can actually head over into the playoffs that will be happening real soon, as well as our grand finals with our last 2 teams that will be a LAN event. But for now, of course, before we head over to game number 4, let's give our teams the time to rest and take and think it through on what they will pull out in their next draft. We're going to be going on to a short break first, but don't you guys go away. Stay tuned here on Arena Esports.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! 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 Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Welcome back. You guys are watching Arena Esports powered by It Is a Lot. Thank you so much to our strategic and broadcast partners as well for making this possible. And if you guys just tuned in, this is already match point for Team Axe and Arcanite that are going to be going head to head today in our monthly finals for Q2. Don't worry. If you guys missed out, if you guys want to join out on all of the action, be sure to check out arenaesports.ae for more information. Everyone's fighting for a total prize pool of $1,200. Of course, also for the glory to be in the playoffs as well as the grand finals that will be a LAN event. Still with me, Burger Kim. All me alone today. Let's check out the highlights for that last game. That was game number 3, by the way. And like I mentioned, Aizen was just, well, snowballed very, very well in this game. I think Team Axe was able to get a lot of their comfort picks in this game. Yeah, the Edith was actually banned away in the second game, and they actually brought out something new themselves. They picked up the Loi here, and if you can see, like, Nano Sex is just, popping in that yin-yang combo. And as you can see here, this was the time that Aizen was actually able to pick off the damages. What's actually really difficult about the Ling is once someone is just so good at using it, it's really hard to catch it, right? Plus, it has critical damage, it can reach the backline, so it's really hard. Plus, the fact that Nanosex was just working that combo so well, it just really enabled Aizen to just do the cleanup work on the backlines. Like, all Nanosex needed to do was pop in that rotation dispersion combo, then the frontliners can't get out, and once they're together, they're just grouped up together for their deaths, and like you can see, it's just demolition here from Team Axe in this final stand. And as you can see, only Genji's left. And once again, Ronex, this is quite similar to our first game where it was only Ronex left standing here in this game. But again, you can't really do much up against the complete snowballed members here of Team Axe. We're going to find out the scoreboard as well as the MVP of that game. But congratulations to Team Axe for actually picking up the victory here. And we're going to be going to our match point for our last match, not unless Arcanite can actually, once again, pull up some other tricks their sleeves. I mean, they have been pulling some tricks or two here and there, but they have to do so much more because Team Axe, they're really gearing up. This is pretty much what they had in game number 1. They're looking they replicated it here once again, and surprisingly this time it wasn't Aizen. It was only Aizen actually that we see most of the time because of obviously the Ling will obviously have a lot more of the flashy plays, but Nanosex was really quiet here on the Loi. Like you've seen him position in the backside, you get that 1-2 combo and you're able to delete the tankiest members here of Arcanite. And as you can see, like a lot of the members here of Arcanite actually prioritize the magic defense like Athena Shield. I think even the Loi, what's really great about it is if you have the combo, the dark and light combo, and if you guys are marked with a dark and light combo differently, and if you guys go near each other, it's gonna create a lot more damage. You guys are gonna get grouped up. You guys are gonna get burned by the magic damage with the Loi. Actually, quite surprising too that he picked up the fast boost here for Nanos X to be able to escape the clashes just in case the last insanity hits or he gets caught up in the moment's rage here of the Minotaur. But none of that actually happened. Gets him that genius one as well as that enchanted talisman because the Loi, apart from the fact that it has a lot of damage, it also needs a lot of the mana. So getting the lightning truncheon and the genius wand was really key here for Nanos X to be able to dish out the damage. And as you can see in the final clash, all Nanos X needed to do was stay in the back lines, get in that 1-2 combo, and we're able to delete the members here of Arcanite. I like the idea of the lineup here for Arcanite. Not only do they have a Cecilia, but they have that late game insurance. But you know what? Team Axe just says no. We're not going to have you snowball into that late game. It's going to be so much more harder to close out that game. Imagine if the Smile Cecilia was able to scale up well. If Beast was able to get his items, it's going to be really hard to win that game. So all they need to do is have that link, have Nanos X on that goalie, pop in that combo, and once everyone's struggling to get away from the dispersion or the second skill of the goalie, all Aizen needs to do is just swoop in, get in that set display. I don't think they need that Angela anymore. All you need to do is just dive in when everyone's low. Plus, the crit rate has been amped up here for the link, so it's really great to see that it's up alive again. And like what I said, it's going to be a contest for the link. It seems like whoever has the link she wins the game. So Ling wins games here for our monthly finals. We'll see who will get that. I think either it will be picked or banned away. Definitely, someone will contest for that. Not unless someone will actually ban it away. Because for game two, Arctic was able to win the game with the Ling. Axe was able to win twice with the Ling. So yeah, this was the same thing. Axe actually bans away the lane, just like I was saying earlier. It's gonna be a respect ban for both sides. I think if I can have it, none of you can, because actually I think for Argentina they can actually pick it up here first. They're also respecting Jed's edict here, as well as the fan here of Aizen that will never be let up. They're gonna let loose the Nolan here because it's gonna be up to Axe here to ban that away because they're on the red side. So pretty much here, for blue side, this is what worked out for Arkansas earlier. They were able to win the game here, so they're getting in a lot of these respect bans out. So Axe is just taking their time. Yeah. So the lane is already out of the picture. What other heroes that really left a lot of impact? So yeah, still not gonna let that slide because this guy is just, it's not, I would say it's broken, but it just farms up pretty fast. It also has a lot of the burst damage quite early on. Still respecting the Kadita. So this is the same pattern to victory for Arkansas in game number 2. So hopefully they're looking to replicate that here in this game. What actually went right for them was they picked up the Matilda. If I'm not mistaken, the second pick here for Axe was a Yuzong and a Novaria. So it was more of a standard pickup here for Axe. So they're really thinking it through what they will ban away here. Is it going to be the Matilda or the Angela? Because, yeah, Arkansas is known for picking up double support. So, yeah, either one. So either the Matilda's going to be loose here for Arkansas. So they might actually just go for, again, the same thing, right? Fire Mist was also banned away in game number 3. So either they pick up the Matilda here, yep, and let Axe pick up maybe, yeah, either a Yuzong or a Novaria here for this side, because they're known to be a little bit more methodical here for Axe, right? Going for the meta picks first. As for Arkansas, that is known to play with like double supports, which actually worked out really well for them in game number 2. Yeah. So they're taking their time here because they actually picked up the Yuzong here to deal with the backline damage series, but now they have to think it through. So I was actually talking about the Terizla earlier. Why haven't we seen this guy? Because I mean, the Terizla was nerfed, but I would still say it's still one of the laners that can lane pretty well in the XP. Great early game, great for the aggression, and that's exactly what Dread needs to do. Someone that can engage, like the Edith, right? And now we see Nanosex picking up the Valentina for the first time. This has been banned away a couple of games. But now we finally see it. You know what? I think Arkansas might actually just go for the double support once again. You know, it doesn't matter here. Pick up the Fire Mist, but I don't think it's going to be wise to pick up the Fire Mist because there's still the Terizla here that they have to consider. Not unless they shut down Jed here at this point. Smile. Smile picks up the Lilia here. I think that's the best way to actually deal with the Valentina. Don't give it a lot more ultimates to pick up. Black Shoes isn't really something that's very impactful in team fights, so they can go for that route. Either nullify the effect of the Valentina, but not seeing this Terizla. And like what I said, right? Arkansas is that type of team that is just known to have different tricks up their sleeve, and this is one of them. Julian mid lane, I believe. And Julian is that type of mage hero that when you play it in the mid lane, it can be very aggressive. It's that type of hero, right? It's I would say it's very close to an assassin. I wouldn't say it's a fighter, but I would say this is a very, very close to an assassin. Having the Matilda here as well provides so much more ins and outs for the team. Looking at this Roger, this is just geared up to fight. Okay, this was one of the heroes that was buffed alongside Cecilion, alongside Masha. So I've heard that this Roger actually works well with the tank build, and they actually rework its human form. So I'm not so sure if it's gonna be it's gonna be a thing here. Are they gonna make the Roger really snowball, because it seems like the Roger is that type of hero, similar to a Martis. It can snowball really fast. It can also dish out a lot of good damage when it has all the items that it needs. Or actually, some people have been hyping up the tank Roger, so I'm not so sure if that's going to be a thing here for Kenji. But it seems like he's pretty set on this hero. They picked it up in the second phase, so now it's up to the last two bans here. So for Axe, they're just taking away options here for Beast. Ixcha's still good here. They might actually be the last ban because Ixcha's still open here for the taking. They also have to consider the Valentina here that Axe has, so not so sure if the Ixcha will be a choice here or will they go for another marksman. Maybe a Brody, right? They take away another option here for Kenji. Martis is still up here, anti-CC, so that might actually maybe be the last ban, or a Baksha that Aizen might be forced to use. But knowing Aizen, he's more of the assassin type of player, more of the pickups, more of the Lancelot type of hero. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go that route. Lancelot, Aizen, and it's gonna be good, right? Because the Roger's more of like a mini hero, so I guess the Lancelot does make sense when it comes to picking up the objectives. Last ban, another marksman, or is it gonna be an XP later? Someone that can match Jed, right? Xborg has been used by Ronex, even Uranus, either or. So they're gonna be limiting out the heroes here of Beast, taking away two of the heroes that he has picked up, and making sure that this Bruno wins the lane. So I guess they're trying to say, pick up the Ixcha, we got a Valentina here. Because the Ixcha is usually the answer to the Bruno. So with the Valentina being put into play, it actually will cause Team Arcanite Esports to actually think it through if they want to pick up that hero, because that might actually just give so much more options here for Axe to make some plays. Biggest question is, what's the hero here of Aizen? Because so far the Ling is out. He has been playing the Ling. In the other game he picked up so is it gonna be another assassin here for Aizen? Picked up the Kai last game, so I'm not so sure if he's gonna go that route. Tanky jungler, it seems like he shines more with the assassin. So Lancelot, not so sure though about Lancelot. I mean, you could go in for the I guess Lancelot would be good, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of mobile heroes there. Lancelot can dash in and out. Still wanna, I guess, the top tier junglers as the moment, or go for Cassie Mortis. But none of that. He's gonna go for the utility here. I guess this is just to ensure that they also have that extra tankiness, because Bruno is gonna be the one to dish out the damage. A lot of heroes to pick off here, a lot of CCs. Paquito being hovered here by Ronex. Not so sure if Paquito is gonna be the best choice up against. I guess it can be aggressive up against Terizla. So I'd say laning phase, it can create some pressure up against Terizla. Get that 1-2 knock-up strike combo up here with the Paquito. It would be good up against the Terizla that is also equally as aggressive. You're hovering over the Ixcha. 1-1? Yeah, okay. This was actually banned away last time. The Ixcha would have been great. And there you go. There you have it. Diggy Bruno. Okay, this is really gonna be hard for the 1-1. I think Team Axe just baited out that 1-1. They're like, okay, yeah, pick up that 1-1, sure. But we have this Diggy. And it's gonna be really hard to lane up against a Bruno and a Diggy, when the Diggy's just gonna be spamming out those bombs to make sure that the 1-1 is not able to get out of the tower. So this is quite hard for Arcanite. Quite, again, an uncontemporary pick on the mid lane. Not your usual XP later as well. First time we're gonna be seeing the 1-1 that was banned away several games, but it's not gonna be easy to go up against the Diggy here. and the Bruno. And mind you, that's an impure rage Diggy that we're talking about. So magic damage, I would say. Plus combo it with the dire hits. Just gonna be so good. You get the Time's Journey as well to cancel out whatever
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the
whatever
battlefield.
engages Arcanite
Smash
will
them.
try to do here.
All
Either the chains from the Julian, either the circling eagle from the Matilda, it can all get cancelled out with the Time's Journey here of Diggy. And here we have it. Last and final game, perhaps if Team Axe actually manages to win this one. If not, it's gonna be Arcanite. They'll force out of game number 5. It's already match point for Team Axe. Let's see if they will be able to take this game and take the monthly finals for the win. So now, like what I said, right, this is gonna be a classic thing. This is exactly my answer to a 1-1 as well. Bruno, Diggy, you're not gonna be able to get out. I'm not so sure how Arcanite will answer to this strategy that Team Axe has prepared, right? They're like, okay, leave the 1-1 up. Make sure that just not able to lane well up against this Bruno. Look at Tony Chopper. He's going there, making sure that the 1-1 is not going to be able to get out of the tower there. He has to be careful of Kenji, though. He only has the flicker out, so there's the reverse time. Onto the Diggy. He's really low. If he Kenji, the first kill here, it's going to be really hard. R4 as well. Gonna take a little bit of damage from Kenji, but there, that was it. A little bit of alleviating the pressure here over the top side. Raven with the shields here. And Arcanite once again gets the pick off there onto the Diggy, but again, that's a Diggy. There was a time that defeating Diggy was even a thing. I think the main objective here of our Team Axe is to make sure that this Bruno, make sure that R4 is able to lane well up against, yep. Is this going to be a feeding Diggy strategy? I mean, there's going to be... Okay, I'm not so sure if everyone's familiar with that. There was a time that was actually used wherein, no matter how many deaths the Diggy has, and there was the exact same thing in MBL Philippines that it was a Roger on the jungler, and they didn't care. They just kept feeding the Diggy. Kept killing the Diggy, and again, 3 kills in a row for Arcanite. They take away the Diggy, so is it gonna be that strategy once again? Team Axe, Aizen gonna get that chains, and this is one of the buffs that was given to Julian. A lot more AoE, so I guess it can be pulled off as a mid laner right now. And look at that, look at the enhanced change coming through from Shades and getting in that penalty zone. First turtle gonna be picked up, and Jed once again falling to the hands of Arcanite. 5 kills already, but there's a lot of the pressure here over on the top side, making sure that Beast is not gonna be able to scale well. Look at all those bombs. Look at Tony Chopper. Look at Nano6. They're just not gonna let him leave, but at least R4 is gonna get something out of this. You see Team X as well. Time's Journey to cancel everything out from Tony Chopper. Just in the nick of time. So yeah, we see a 2k gold lead here for Team Arena Esports. There's a lot of pressure here on the 1-1. That just picked up the corrosion side, by the way. Beast already has 2 kills here. All care of the Diggy of Tony Chopper getting taken down by Kenji. So Team X, they're just making sure that their gold laner wins. I'm not so sure how much of a lead R4 has here up against Beast. Although Beast has 2 kills here. So there should be at least some advantage here for R4. Or at least Beast. And now we're seeing Guiding Wind has been used here. Aizen. Retributions have been used here by Kenji. And now we see Circling Eagle gonna get used out to Tony Chopper. Kenji falls as Aizen gets a little counter. Over on the top side we see Beast as well. Not to be able to pop in that Inspire just yet. Everyone's a little bit too cautious. Flicker out from Raven. Nanos-X gonna try to go in for the pickoffs, but he finds himself in the hands of Beast on a killing spree right now. I'm not so sure if that was a wise call. Giving more kills to the gold laner here of Arcanite. But fortunately enough, starting to see R4 just taking in the objectives here, and they successfully do so. Dynamic Duo escapes out of that one. As Arcanite, they are leading on the kills, but they're not that far behind for Team X. They are actually able to equal out the playing field here by getting in some turrets for themselves. Jed has 1 death already here. We're starting to see Raven gonna try to go in for the Circle Eagle there onto him. Jed as well. He uses it! Reversed Uno card! On to Raven there. And Nano 6 is like, yeah, not only you have it, I have it as well, but smile greets Nano 6 there with the enhanced chains. And this is what it was really deadly about the Julian as well. Like, once it is inside the bush, it's pretty much works like a Kadita. Enhanced basic attacks as well, the enhanced AoE that was given to the Julian in the recent patch, so something that can be worked in the mid lane. Genji once again down for Arcanite. Beast on a mega kill on a rampage. They still have, I'm not so sure if that 2 kills that were fed to Beast was a big factor here, because it's now giving so much leverage here to Arcanite. Yep, Tony Chopper goes down once again. As, yep, Nano 6 and the rest of Team X. They're actually looking pretty good because they have already taken in 1 tower, but not for long, as Arcanite equalizes by taking down this bottom side. And I like what they're doing, right? Like, Team X is making sure that Arcanite does not snowball completely with this Roger. I'm still have yet to see how it will be used to its fullest potential, because so far it's only Smile that has used this Julian and has been showing us that it actually really works. So, you know what? R4 has to also consider that. And with Tony Chopper by the side of R4, you're gonna have to make sure that Jed is alive there on the top side. Look at him. He's forced to actually back away. Same thing over on the bottom side, right? But this time, the only difference is they don't get Ronex there. They're able to get in the tower, though. So that is gonna be... okay, 2 towers down for both sides, and now we're seeing it engage. Circling Eagle, there's the enhanced change. Genji goes in for the dive. Circling Eagle from the backside from Nanos X. Aizen falls, and they get the middle tower here as well. Looks like you're seeing a lot of CCs. Chain CCs coming through. There's the dive journey. Jed's able to survive, but no! Beast able to dive in once again. 3 deaths for Team X. 12 kills for Arcanite. And like what I said, those kills that were given to Beast on the 1-1 was just not good. Even though they were able to make R4 advance on that gold lane, it's now biting them in the back right now. Bruno able to push out the lanes, but at the cost of getting the 1-1 kills. 4 kills and 2 assists over in this game. 3 towers here. At least Team X is able to maintain their lanes well, but they have to do more than that because they have to shut down Beast here. And how do you shut down Beast? And you know what? A 1-1 is just really good in the clashes, right? Especially if this 1-1 is covered up. Tony Chopper, there goes the engage, there goes Kenji as well. Time's journey to cancel everything out. Tony Chopper, the first one to fall. Aizen and R4 backing away. Kenji gonna try to go in for the dives. Nano X does not have that much AoE. Can only pop in that Arcane Shade and that Primal Wrath. But he just has the Circling Eagle as of the moment. Arcanite, they are able to get in the last turtle. This is looking bad for Team X, because towers are slowly falling down one by one. And the strategy that Team X seems to have actually prepared seems to be going downhill, as Arcanite, they're just taking the towers one by one. Penalty zone misses! Jed misses! And now Ronex as well making that bottom side move. Jed on the 2 deaths, and like what you see, there's just respect bans coming out, and if those respect bans are coming out, 6 deaths for Tony Chopper. He is a Diggy after all, can cancel out the ultimates, can be quite annoying, but if you're dealing with a lot of these heroes that can deal a lot of damage with the basic attacks, it's just not good. Divine Glaive has already been purchased here by Smile. Having that lethal ignition is also a big factor as well. Multiple hits damage, right? Having that Julian on that enhanced chains, just like that. Having that AoE. This is so good here for Arcanite. They are known for pulling off these strategies. You know, Roger in the jungle once again. Just like throwback to so many seasons ago, and it actually does work. It actually does work for their side, whereas Team X is a little bit more, you know, that type of team that just goes for, yeah, more methodical picks, not willing to risk, willing to go for a bit more safer draft, which I don't blame, because these are meta picks. But Arcanite, the fact that they're able to make this type of lineup work, it's actually a miracle that they're able to do this. forcing Team Max actually back to their base. Look at the damage from those chains from the smile. Yep, they have to clear out the waves as well. Wave, lane management, map control, Arcanite has it all. And Beast right now, 402. No one has shut down Beast just yet. And now we're seeing so much resources taken out. Even Axe as well. Look at that. Balmon. Not able to, you know, sustain all of that damage. That was just one basic attack from Smile. Chunked him down to 1/4 HP. Chunked down 1/4 of his HP, rather. Wow, this is looking really good for Arcanite. They got the Lord. This might actually just be it. Are we looking to get the next game once again? There's the penalty zone from Jed. Look at the damage from the basic attacks. Time's Journey in the nick of time by Tony Chopper. But that's all that they can do for the moment. They have to melt down this Lord. They have to have another Time's Journey up. I'm not so sure about the items yet. Does he have the fleeting time? He also has to consider that there's just so much damage coming out here for Arcanite. They do melt down the Lord, but look at that enhanced chains from Aizen. Wow. There's the bombs coming out from the DD. What's really hard is that they don't really have anyone to deal with the one-man. Usually people deal with the one-man with the... Oh, you know what would have been great here? The Phobias would have been great here on the side. But since they picked up the Terizla early on, right? They couldn't counter React. And I think what Arcanite just really did well here is just to keep on surprising Arcanite. Rather, keep on surprising Team Axe on their draft. And look at this. Genji. On a killing spree. And this might actually just be it. Penalty zone for Jet. He gets in one, but from the backside, look at Genji going in for the squishiest hero. Rolex falls, but for the price of 2, still a hefty price to pay here for Team Max. And it's Arcanite still leading here. Leading the charge. Getting in the resources here. Demon Hunter Sword has been purchased here by Candy as well. 32k, wow, 8k lead. This is huge. For Arcanite. One more Lord to seal the deal, or they might actually just go for maybe pickoffs here at this point, like Tony Chopper. I want to see the items though. Like, what items does Tony Chopper have as of the moment, right? Like, looking at him, he's really squishy. Probably has the fleeting time. Probably going for a mage thingy build, but that's really not the best way to go as of this moment. So many heroes are poking. So many heroes have a lot of enhanced basic attacks, and now, like what I mentioned, right? Tony Chopper's just using him as a bait penalty zone misses there. What just happened? Kenji as well, Time's Journey onto Tony Chopper, but uses that Time Journey a little bit too early. R4 starting to hurt here, but guiding him to save Kenji from the damage from the Bruno. Almost coming through for the enhanced chain, but Team Axe, they are backs against the wall. We go for the Lord here for Team Axe. Man, this is looking really hard for Arcanite. Going up for this Lord, that look at how fast he's chunking down that Lord. And that's gonna be it. Retribution being used. The only winning condition I see here for Axe is if Jed lands that penalty zone. But what's really hard about landing that penalty zone too is maybe the one here of these will get the stats. So really difficult. Here's the taunts coming out from Raven. So it seems like when Arcanite is on the blue side, it seems like they win the games. They've been winning the games because so far both sides, if this is gonna be the case, right? If they win this one, 100% win rate on the blue side for Arcanite. Yep. There you go. This might actually just be the final push here, but Team Axe has a lot of frontliners for Time's Journey used at the right time. Raven gonna be diving to his own death. They have to melt down this Lord. Genji's a little bit low. Gets shut down by R4. Nicely baited out there by Axe. Half HP for their base. This might be actually the best time to go for the engage. There's still that comeback potential. Super minions coming in. Ronex might go in for the split push over in the top side. They have to watch out for that. Someone has to please take care of the base. That's enhanced minions. I'm gonna scream if I see minions here. Yep, somebody please clear out that lane. Yes, yeah, that tower is actually half HP already. Okay, R4. He's going in for the red buff as of the moment. No more adapted damage. This is Signs of Life from Team Max. If they can pull off another one like that, making sure that R4 is alive. He's actually has pretty good stats here, 4-1-1 on the Bruno. Bruno hurts as well on the late game, but they have to do a lot more than that, right? They have to figure out where Smile is. They have to figure out as well how to deal with Beast. 4-0-3 on the 1-1. Once he has that Inspire up, because there's a couple of melee heroes here, 2 heroes to be exact for Team Max. It's just gonna be really hard. Oh! I knew it! I saw that coming! I saw that coming from Tony Chopper! Oh my gosh! Look at the bombs coming through there. Well, that's the best you can do, right? Have that dire hit. Pop in that 1 or 2. Yeah. That is exactly what's really annoying about the debut. Not only does it cancel out the ultimates, like once you have these bombs hidden in the bushes, you get faced with like 4, get that dire hit up, you get deleted, right? That's often overlooked by a lot of players. So hopefully it adds, right? They managed to pull off something like that, make sure that R4 is alive. He just picked up the Dragon Spear, enhancing him, giving him that movement speed once he has his ultimate up. So how does Team Axe pick up the pieces from here? Seems like Arcanite, they're fine with this. The 2 silence, they're pushing the sides to make sure that someone goes back, because Team Fight is eccentric composition from Team Axe here. You have to rely on Tony Chopper. You're making the lanes move, making sure that someone actually goes back before this objective will be taken in. Yep, Kenji starting up his Lord. Look at how fast that is. 1/4 HP already down here. Okay, looking at Smile. Yeah, actually just go for the split. Does anyone know that? Okay, R4 is actually... Okay, R4... Okay, someone has to go back to the base. Has to be Jed. Has to be Nanos X. Yep, they're actually gonna go for either. Yeah, you know what? Arcanite is actually just gonna be baiting out, making sure that they go in for the team fight here. Make sure that Beast is able to fly. Time's Journey, penalty zone is up here. Are they gonna be able to get something? R4 is down. No! That is one that you don't want to lose in a team fight. Lots of thick minion waves coming out as well. Raven falls, Tony Chopper as well. Next one on the chopping board. Immortality buys some time here, but Jed is not going to be able to make it. Now it's only Nanos, X, and Aizen. Don't really have that much of a decent wave clear here. It was nerfed here for Aizen. They're looking to end this one. 4v2 situation. Can they make it? They're supposed to knock up strike, but Beast is able to pop in! Once again, a crossbow of 10! And Ronex to seal the deal, and it looks like we're going to a game number 5 as Arcanite takes the victory. So, I was right. Arcanite on the blue side, this works out well for them. They are able to ban away like comfort picks like Edith, comfort picks like Canditas. If they are on the blue side, they are they can actually win this thing. But if they are on the red side, it seems like they're struggling to draft if they are on that side. So let's find out what will happen. We're now back to 0 once again for this match. So let's see how Arcanite will be able to at least, maybe pull off a reverse sweep. Team X, again, they have to watch out for Arcanite because Arcanite just knows how to play these types of compositions, play these out of meta picks. I mean, come on, Loyi picking up a Roger. Well, Roger was buffed up to be fair, but it's not something teams have experimented with. And it seems like Team Axe is still stuck on that last patch, and Arcanite is pretty much willing to try out, willing to test out the waters here with some of these new heroes that were buffed up. And now we're down to 0 once again. Best out of 5, and this is it, the real deal for our last match. We'll find out who will take the victory for our monthly finals for Q2. So last game, Team Axe or Arcanite. So again, like what I mentioned, it is going to be 100% win rate for Arcanite if they are on the blue side. And Team X, they are still struggling when it comes to yeah, when it comes to Argentina, the blue side, them picking up like uncontemporary heroes here and there, they just really struggle with that. So they have to be prepared for that as well. Like Argentina is that type of team that is willing to pull off these types of strategies, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we'll find out. We'll find out if Argentina will get in that reverse sweep, or will Team X just take this all. So yep, best out of 5 matches are just really, really hard to predict here because you're not sure who's gonna win it, right? Especially with these two teams that have gone head to head. And being in MPL MENA, all of them just really know who they're up against. And let's take a look at the highlights here for our fourth game. So, what I see here is that they were able to make R4 advance in his lane. They were able to at least make him win, but again, double-edged sword, they were just able to feed the one on twice. I think 2 kills here at Tony Chopper. I'm not saying it's Tony Chopper's fault. He was trying to make R4 advance there with his time bombs, but it just gave so much kills here to Beast. One with the buff that was given to it, it's just gonna be able to stack up so much more attack speed, a lot more. And what was really interesting about this lineup here of Argentina is they were able to make a Roger work here in the jungle despite the melee factor. Our Team X has a lot more contemporary picks, a lot more methodical picks, and they were still able to make it work. And this was, yep, one of my favorites there. I actually saw that coming. I wasn't sure if like Raven knew that was coming or he just underestimated the damage from the bombs. And this was the last time for Team X. And yep, you know what? All they needed to do, lock in the tower again. And pretty much the same thing that happened in game number 2, where Arkansas was on the blue side. They were able to win. This time they were able to get a prime pick themselves, the 1-1. I like the idea of the Diggy. I actually do, because they were trying to get that Bruno Diggy combo on the gold lane. It does work. But what really worked well for Arkansas in this game was they were able to answer out that Diggy problem. Instead of making the Diggy and the Bruno work really well, the Diggy actually suffered a lot of deaths here for Tony Chopper. He got like 3-4 deaths for this entire game. Care on the fact that he's still a bit squishy with the Diggy, right? Even though he has damage, and once he has the proper items, he's gonna be able to counter that out. But knowing the Roger, once it leaves, once it goes to that human form, it's gonna dish out so much more damage. So yeah, it's just great to see that once again we're excited to see some of these other heroes just keep on shining here in the current patch 1.8.30 to be exact here. And yeah, we're gonna be finding out who's gonna be the MVP for the game, as well as our final tally for the scoreboard, and it's in the Smile. I did point this out earlier, like the Julian is more of the assassin type, right? And with the buff that was given to Julian in the current patch, wherein the Julian has a lot more AoE, they increase its range, which made it really hard, especially if it makes a bush play or it makes a surprise play. It was able to pick off like really squishy heroes like Tone Chopper or even our R4, and I think to an extent Nanos X as well was really, really struggling up against Smile here. Picked up the Feather of Heaven, got in the Holy Crystal as well here. This is why the build here of Smile is just built to rip apart whoever he faces up on the bush. Not only does the Diggy have that, but also Smile. I also have to point out Beast and Kenji here that had a very good game. Beast and Kenji were actually fed pretty well here in this early game, care of Tony Chopper. And like what I predicted, he actually built a magic damage item Diggy. But yeah, overall, I like the answers from Team X, but Ark and T, they're just really good with these types of compositions, these types of plays that they're able to pick up time and time again. But for now, before we head over to the last and final game, in our best out of 5, we're going to go to a short break first here for Arena Esports. Don't you guys go away. Don't miss out on the last and final match here for our monthly finals Q2. See ya.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! 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 do this Abu Dhabi! Let's 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 do this Abu Dhabi! do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's 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 do this, Abu Dhabi! this Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Welcome back to Arena Esports, powered by It's a Lot, our strategic partners and our broadcast partners, AE Gaming, as well as Platonia. Thank you so much for making this possible. And now we're down to our last game. Are you guys ready? Because I'm super ready. And honestly, I wish I could just, call it like rock, paper, and scissors who could win this game, but we can't. We have to find out who wins because so far, okay, this is what I noticed if you guys have been watching for the past few games. If Argentina's on the blue side, they always win. They always pick up on Matilda first. And for Team Axe, they're always so unprepared for the surprises that Argentina makes. So if Axe is on the blue side, it seems like they also have a high chance of winning. And they always ban out like the support heroes because Argentina is known to put up two supports. So now we're down to our fifth and final game. And this is where it all matters. It doesn't matter what you did in the first game, it doesn't matter what you did in the second, third, even the fourth game. It all boils down to this last and final game for both teams, Argentina and Axe team, who will be moving forward here to our of course our playoffs, and we'll also find out the teams that will move on. And of course, it's still not over. If you guys are interested to join Arena Esports, we also got Q3 and Q4 as well for our open and invitational qualifiers. So yeah, we also have other titles here as well for Arena Esports. We'll check it out. Check out arenaesports.ae for more information. We got other games, CS2, Dota 2, Free Fire, PUBG, and just to name a few. If you guys want to join our weeklies, do you want to join our tournaments, you guys can check it out. Of course, it's 1,200 prize pool. We also got 650 for first place. For second place, it gets 300. Third place, it gets 150. 100 for the fourth place. So $950 in cash and $250 worth of Arena Esport points. And speaking of points, our current score is 2-2. So again, if you're not familiar with best out of fives, it's gonna boil down to this, the last and final game. So again, it will be crucial who's gonna be on the blue side. Arkansas 100% win rate so far. If they can manage to be on the blue side this time, they might actually take this thing because it seems like Team X is still working around on that, on what to do if they are on the red side. So it seems like high chances of winning for Arcanite, especially if they have the Matilda. Both sides as well also has high stats. Okay, actually, whoever has the Ling wins the game, but Team X actually banned it away for the last game. So I guess also respecting Kenji's potential as well. Speaking of Kenji and Arcantine, this is actually a new team. They're all from MENA, actually, all MENA teams. And looking at the lineup here of Arcantine is Kenji is from Okami and Smile is actually from Occupy. So both are familiar faces in MPL MENA. And yeah, like I mentioned, total prize pool of $1,200, $950 in cash, and 250 worth of Arena Esports points. Go ahead and check out Arena Esports.ae for more information, or if you guys want to join in our other tournaments as well. Like I mentioned, it's PUBG, it's Dota 2, Free Fire. If you guys want to join in, there's a lot more information there. There's a lot of weekly and open qualifiers as well. So if you guys want to join, if you guys want to cash all the games, go ahead and check it out as well on how you guys can earn, how you guys can claim those Arena Esports points as well if you guys do win. Once again, thank you so much to Etisalat for powering us up, our strategic partner 8 Gaming, as well as our broadcast partner Platonia for making all of this possible. So now we're down to our last and final game, game number 5. But before that, we have to check out our roadmap as well. So we're done with our Q1 and Q2. We're about to be done with our Q2 actually. So monthly finals, you got GK that went up in the monthly finals. They moved forward, and now we're gonna have to find out who will be moving over to the playoffs here for a monthly final, whoever or who will win this monthly finals Q2. Is it gonna be Arkansas Sports or is it gonna be Team X? So we'll find out here in our last and final game. But this is our roadmap. We still got Q3 and Q4. So if you guys want to join in, if you guys want to be in the open qualifiers, go ahead and join us because there's a lot more MLBB action every single month. So you guys better join it. We have playoffs that will be happening real soon, as well as our grand finals with our final 2 teams. And I just heard it's gonna be a LAN event. So if you guys want to join in the fun, or if you guys can take the heat here in Arena Esports, well, better join us in all of our open qualifiers. If you guys failed to clinch the victory in the first few qualifiers, you guys can join us here. We still got 2 more to go, 2 Q2s to go, but yeah, current score 2-2. We'll find out just shortly. We'll start our draft in just a little bit. Again, high chances of winning for Arcantine if they're on blue side. High chances of winning as well for the team that will pick up the link. So it's a story about the link. It's a story about who will be on the blue side. And it's also a story about who gets the Matilda in this game. And it seems like Arcantine has been picking that up several times. BO5 is no joke. And so far, I feel like I have this caster's prediction or caster's curse that whatever I say, or if I say it might actually end in 4 games, it actually does end in the 5. So it happens several times. So we'll find out here finally who'll win. If it's Axe or Arcantine, let us know in the comment section as well. Or who will move forward here? Or either Arcantine or is it Axe team? We'll finally find out after this. And again, if you guys are tuned in over to a live stream on YouTube or Facebook, do let me know as well. I do need some company here because I'm all alone. You guys can talk to me in the comment section. But for now, we're gonna head straight into the draft here. Which side? It's gonna be this team. So it's not gonna be Arcantine. This time they will have to face what Team X will put out. And so far, it seems like Axe has been banning away Eden. So I think at this point they are just going to be taking away options here for the supports. It seems like this is going to be the route. So they take away the Angela here as well. It seems like they are more tilted towards going to a Matilda, and knowing Nano's X, he's more of a Dita user. So I think for Arcantine, they might actually ban this away. But then again, they're on the red side, and this is the thing, when you're on the red side, you just have a lot to consider because there's a lot of meta picks, Nolan, which I think still will not slide in this game. Ling as well, that seems to be a comfort pick for both sides. So it seems like Ling is also 100% win rate for whoever has it. So Arcanine taking their time, might be a Nolan, might be something else completely, or will they ban away their own
what's your command?
support? Still respecting Aizen here on the Fanny. So this is a repeat ban that they've been doing several times. So respecting as well Aizen's capabilities on this hero. If I'm not mistaken, if this is Axe on the blue side, they take away the edge over here. Yeah.
But the two
See?
greatest inventions.
See? I'm a magician, guys. I'm a magician. I'm also, yeah, very good with these nosters so far. I mean, looking at how these teams have been playing, you can kind of see the ban and pick face come through already, and seeing what type of play style and composition that they have already accustomed with so far. Looking at the red side here, Argentine, I think they might actually take away the lane. And looking at this, ooh, it seems like either they're forced to ban away. They should ban the Nolan, I would say, because Team X will, knowing Team X, they're a team that just grabs all those meta picks. They will definitely grab that Nolan when they have the chance. But there's also the Matilda to consider here. Red side has to ban that away. It seems like Matilda also has a high chance of winning. And there you have it. If I were the coach of Arkansas as well, I would be taking this out because there's a solution to the Nolan, but it's just so hard to deal with it. There's solutions like Phobius, but it's just difficult to deal with the Nolan, especially it just has an insane amount of burst, farms really fast, great amount of damage, and this was the exact same ban that Team X did. And now, if this is going to be the case, they're just forcing out the Matilda ban here for Team Arkansas. But it's going to open up a Novaria. It's going to open up several other things if they actually decide to ban this away. There's also the linear Bison that they might prioritize because both teams love the lane. So if they ban away the Matilda, Axe might actually just go for the lane first pick and force Arcantine to actually surprise them with the picks. Maybe surprise them with either a Hilda role or someone that can disrupt the lane spot. But so far, Ling has 100% win rate here in our monthly finals. So let's see what the final ban here will be. Just forcing them to take away the Matilda here at this point because it seems like that is the route if you're on the blue side. So they actually ban okay. They they actually missed out on that last ban. Same thing. Matilda still. Okay, so this gives a chance for Arcantine to, yes, this is what I was saying. Yes, this is exactly what Arcantine is doing. They are gonna be stealing away the link. Ooh, if this is actually gonna be the case. They hovered over this link for a second. You can see how they were so prepped up for it, right? They're like, yeah, let's get that link up. And I think for Arcantine, they're also taking their time here. Should we take the link? Should we take other options like the Novaria or the Valentina? But knowing Arcantine, they just take whatever they want. They just take whatever they're comfortable with. And with the Matilda first pick here, it's just so hard, right? If you want to go for a safer choice, if Axe was the other ways, I would say they go for Novaria, right? But all about a contemporary here for Arcantine, and this is exactly what worked out well for them in the last game. Then Arlo, that worked so well for Ronex in his lane. He was able to pressure out so much of Jed. But you know what? Jed is on and eat it, and he's so comfortable with this. Genji on the Roger, it has been buffed, yes, but will Aizen go for the lane here? This was the same thing that same draft that they had in game number 1-3, which they won. So if Axe, I think they're also considering that there's there might actually be counter picks or there might be surprise picks here. So are they going to pick up the lane here? That's the question. Or are they going to pick up something else first? Oh, they actually go for R4-0 first. This is quite risky because they still don't know who they're going to go up against the gold lane. But knowing this, R4 is very comfortable with this, and he's just going to be, he actually spammed this several times. So, yep, this time X, nope. You know what? I like Arcantine. They're just working with whatever they have. They're working with all these new heroes, all these heroes that have been buffed up. Yeah, don't be shy. I guess, okay, hovering over the Kadita. I'm anticipating they might steal a couple of picks here and there. So they're not revealing their jungler here just yet. I think Axe is also waiting if Arcantine will actually counter pick here. They're going for Selena here, hovering over Selena for the vision, but I Don't think that is good to either burst down and eat it or Matilda here. Maybe Beatrix, but not those not the Matilda,
The
not the
falling
Edith. So we're gonna
stars
go for a
brought us
more
here.
contemporary pick here. And I'd say this mage has just a lot of tools under her kit. He has a vision, has the pokes, has the damage, and I'd say one of the best mid laners, even the roamers here at this point. So great choice here for Arcanite. They're still not revealing too much of what they have, but it's still pretty evident what they have right now with their jungler is the Roger that worked really well for them in the previous game. They're gonna try to replicate that in this game. Let's see if they can find some once again the victory here for this game. Last two bans. Are you gonna ban away the Ling here because Aizen still hasn't had their pick? Aizen actually still go for the tanky type of junglers, the utility junglers, but it seems like he's more good with the assassin type of junglers, so he's going to just maybe I should just ban that away. Or maybe ban away Nano's X's Kadita here, which seems to be something that they're also considering because Tony Chopper might be holding on to that Matilda. So again, not revealing too much of what they have. I did talk about the Lancelot earlier of Aizen. And I was wondering why he didn't bring it out in a few other games that they could have won because he's much better with that type of hero. More of the pickoffs, more of the assassins, Hayabusas, Lancelot. These are his types of heroes, not the utility types of tanks. And it doesn't matter. I mean, it's okay if you're not a utility type of jungler. Everybody has their own style. And Aizen's style is just not that. So we're gonna go down to our last two bans here. Beast's heroes, Brody. Yes, we're spamming a Brody. And Iksha also could be considered here. Why is no one picking up the Melissa? Because honestly, it has great range. I guess they're also considering that there's a lot of dives here, so they might not pick that up. But I'd say it's good in the laning phase as well. Often overlooked. I miss the time where, they really prioritize the Matilda in the lane. Last man here, still Ling, Horizon, or Kadita, because it seems like that's gonna be the case. Kadito is gonna be a bit extra hard to pull off here. I mean, Nanosex is quite comfortable with it. He's not gonna be able. Well, I guess if you catch the Novario off guard, it can still work. So it's a Ling or a Novario ban here, definitely for this side. Taking away a lot of the comfort picks here for Aizen, especially for Aizen. That's almost all the bans. I mean, if they missed out on that ban, that could have been at least another Aizen ban coming through. Maybe force him on an Akai, maybe force him on something else entirely. Oh, this was a problem that they faced. They actually go for neither. This was a problem that they faced for Nanos X. They're actually anticipating that Nanos X might actually pick up the Loi that really gave them such a hard time earlier. I guess it's difficult to pull off the Loi here because the Novaria isn't someone that you can really easily target, not unless it's stable on where it is. Or, if it passes through walls, you can really do the combo. So they're just really eliminating all the options here for Axe to pick up. So, yeah. Last two picks here. They still need a roamer here. They already have Ronex, so they need a roamer and a gold laner, something for Beast. I guess you want to go for the standard Iksha, Bruno, Brody. That Beast seems to be very comfortable with. I guess either or, because Beatrix you can deal with it, right, in the laning phase, but Armor's is good with it. So depends, I guess, what Beast is comfortable with. So I guess Bruno, right? Great late game, great damage output as well. I guess they're also considering that the critical damage as well will be very vital, especially when they go up against the evil tier of Jed. Now Aizen has the chance to pick up the Ling here. Nanos X still has the Kadita, which seems to be snubbed here by the side of Arcanite. They are just gonna ignore the fact that these heroes are open, but I guess, if ever that does happen, they still have to purify it. But I mean, there's a lot of things to consider here. There's a Matilda, and now Aizen's gonna be picking up something different here. Woohoo! Hayabusa here. I haven't seen the Hayabusa work, but again, under the hands of Aizen, it's gonna be really good, and Nanosex as well. I think they should go for the Kadita here. Definitely he's more comfortable with it. Is Beast gonna switch to a Purify? Is Raven gonna switch to a Purify? Not so sure. Now we are down to our last one. Are they gonna go for a tap? Because there's a lot of assassins here. But again, double assassin for Axe. Heroes to take down the back line. Angel's already out. They don't have the Smiles Pyramis to sustain. Minotaur's also out here. So are they gonna go for maybe because I haven't seen Raven on another hero. So far I've only seen them on supports, Rafaela, I guess, or a Diggy. Yeah, because I haven't seen him on any other hero. So I guess this is the time to pull it out, I guess. Pull out that pick, and that's gonna be the Kufra pick up. I guess I do understand this because there's a Matilda, there's also Hayabusa. Plus there is the Edith here. They need that CC. So instead of going for the support here, they're just gonna go for someone that can set up the place, someone that can make the place. That's gonna be the Kufra. And we did see Tony Chopper on it, but it seems like Axe, Matilda, high chances of winning in the game, provides so much mobility. But let's take a look at this lineup once again for the last and final time. We're going to be seeing it here in our monthly finals as we head over to our game number 5. This is Axe versus Team Arcanite. So what's really interesting here is I was talking to my other co-casters here on the order language, and they did mention that yeah, 100% win rate for Arcanite if they pick up the Matilda, and now it's under the hands of Team X, by the way, who is on the blue side this time. So does this mean that Arcanite will struggle a little bit more in this game? They did go for a bit more contemporary draft right now. They did pick up some heroes that worked well for them in previous games, and they have a double marksman lineup. Blast cannon type of composition can really scale up well, but Team Axe, this is pickoffs after pickoffs. And this is exactly what they're known to do. They got the Needed here. They got the Matilda here. So much ways to engage, plus they have a Hayabusa as well. I am guessing that they picked up this Hayabusa as compared to the Ling that is more pickoffs, because Roger, there's also the they have to figure out like what type of roamer that they will go for, right? If they went for some other type of roamers, maybe something as uncontemporary as a Eudora, that is also a counter to a Ling, it will be really hard as well. So they're trying something new here, and I guess Aizen is that type of player that is more for the pickoffs, and the Hayabusa is also one of these types of heroes. We're going to a technical pause first here before we head over to a last and final game. Quite the suspense here. I mean, come on, to think of it, you've been playing for 4 hours straight. You guys have been playing for 4 hours straight almost. And I guess, it's every kid's dream here to just keep on playing, right? And what better way to keep on playing than actually winning in the monthly finals? And everyone's just fighting for the prize pool of 1,200 1,200 AED rather. 915 cash, 250 worth of Arena Esports points for everyone to grab. We're here at our monthly finals Q2, down to the last 2 teams. We'll find out that teams that will be heading to the playoffs as well. Here we have Q3 and Q4 as well, so be sure to join us as well in those stages. So we got the invitational qualifiers, we got the open qualifiers. So if you guys failed to qualify in the previous weeks, in this week even, you guys can join us in the next week in the open qualifier. So be sure to catch be sure to catch us as well in our invitationals for the next Q3. So be sure to join that. Be sure to enjoy the MLBB action. And once again, Arena Esports is powered by It's a Lot, our strategic partner, AD Gaming rather, and our broadcast partner, plethora. Thank you so much for making all of this possible as we head back into our game. So leashing once again happening for Team Axe here. If Aizen is able to snowball with this type of comp, it is going to be a disaster here for Arcanite. They do have some of their comfort picks on their own, but I have to say that, Team Axe, they are also prepared in this game. Aizen getting a lot of the pressure here for Raven, but he's not going to commit. Tony Chopper as well going over to give some information to his team, as Kenji's going to be able to farm up. I like how they utilize this Roger. Jed already creating the pressure here. Tony Chopper with this, they can go for the onward onto Kenji, but it's not going to be easy to take him. Just goes back to his human form. Able to evade all of that, and now they find themselves facing Ronex here. Not giving any commitments just yet, but Jed a bit in trouble here. He's getting a lot of the damage here from the duo of Arcanite. Able to go in for the dives. Raven Goes in for the dive himself as well. Not able to get anything. Whoa! Almost a snipe kill from Smile there, but not able to get anything as of the moment. We're seeing a lot of pokes coming out from both sides. Not going to be overcommitting because this is the last and final game. 28 seconds before the turtle is up. And as you can see, Aizen already at level 4 might actually go for the gag there over the top side, but instead, he's just going to be taking in as much resources as he can because the turtle is going to be up shortly. And I'm pretty sure he knows he does not have enough damage just yet. The most he can do is at least poke on the Bruno over on the top side. 6 seconds, 5 seconds to be exact, and we see Arcanite already moving towards the side. Kenji, with the pressure that was created, he hasn't reached level 4. 2 levels ahead here for Aizen. He's not even going to go for the purple buff here. He knows that Kenji can pounce in him at any time. Smile close in for the Astral Echo. They have been marked here. Tony Chopper as well. There goes Aizen with the shadows. Forcing Kenji to actually back away and forcing Arcanite to actually give this turtle away for free. No contest at all from the side of Arcanite. So with this being said, they are actually going to go over and invade this purple buff side. Kenji waiting for the proper time. He still has that retribution. And they actually go for it. Aizen gets it. They both use it at the same time. Able to get out. Raven goes in for the dives. Misses Jed. Top side as well. Different story. Pokes from both of our marksmen. No first blood yet. This is quite the game that we're seeing here in game number 5. Everyone's a little bit careful, and I just called it. Just as I said, no first blood was drawn yet. We see that Nano's X already getting in that Petrify Rough Waves combo over to the top side. Getting in that lead for Team X. Tony Chopper being a menace here to the side of Arcanite. Let's see if it's gonna be a struggle here for Arcanite once again in the early stages, because it seems like Team X has been getting what they wanted. There's the hug from Raven. Aizen's here as well, hasn't committed just yet. Kenji in the bush. Astral Echo has been committed there from the backside. There comes Kenji, try to go for the cleanup. There's gonna be 2 casualties here, but no answers at all for Arcanite. They did not want to overcommit in that clash, knowing that they could have so much more casualties than what they had there in that game. Or that skirmish, rather. Bottom side, we're seeing Jet at least contain himself here up against the Arlot of Ronex. So I guess this is the answer, right? As long as Jet has this needed, he is able to go head-to-head here with Ronex, who is, I believe, going to be building this up to be a tank Arlot. And so far, Team X is on the lead, 2K. Tony Chopper and Nanosex as well, looking for targets all across the board. Arcanite as well, needing that time and space to scale up. And we see Raven as well, moving towards that top side. Final Snatch hasn't been committed just yet. Jed going in, not yet popping in that Primal Rat. Aizen once again going for that turtle as Tony Chopper, causing so much commotion there, forcing Genji to use that retribution up. So that's going to be no turtle once again for the side of Arcanite. Goes over straight to Team Axe, and look at that, just after they picked up the turtle, they get in that Blade of Despair as well for R4. This is looking really good for Team Axe. Double lane for R4, and he's gotten a lot of those gold plates over the top side as well. We'll find out later on if he has that lead, or is he able to capitalize on that lead. Nanosex over on this top side. He has a Petrify available. Are they going to go for it? He goes in for the Petrify combo onto 2. Gets Smile. There goes the Circle Eagle by Tony Chopper. Jed as well from the bottom side goes over to the top side, trying to go for the engage. Kenji as well gets the onward. Killing spree for Nanosex, and this is what you get. No respect bans coming through. And now Isis as well, going in for the final kill. Okay, Shadow Kill, will it be enough? And yes, it does! Gets Raven. And now Ronex, the only one left to defend here. Over from the XP lane, he's not going to be able to sustain. He's going to be able to sustain for a while. Gets in that final slash, and Team Axe, they're able to take a tower, and they're able to pick up 3 kills at that. Nicely done there by Team Axe with Arcanite. They have to keep answering these already with 3 kills here. They have to make sure that, you know, this is not going to be another snowball for the side of Team X. Tony Chopper going in. And now the Rough Waves Petrify combo once again. And make that the Rough Waves combo only from Nanosex, not stopping him from going under the turret of Arcanite, and now this is gonna be Aizen going to invade, and once again the knockups are coming through. Damage as well. Raven going in for the flicker out to safety, but not for long as Aizen gonna go in for that final assassination onto Raven. They're not able to get in those setups that they wanted, and now Arcanite is just struggling all across the board as Ronex forced to clear out the waves here on the mid side, forcing, actually making R4 just get those solo towers, getting them a lot of resources over on the side. This is just pandemonium all across the board for Team Max. Wrecking havoc up against Arcanite, and it seems like, despite the fact that they don't have a Ling this time, it seems like whoever gets the Matilda wins the games. And so far, Team X, they have the Matilda in their hands, but is this going to be enough? Is this going to be enough? Because B, so far, 4 deaths already at this point, forcing Raven to actually be on his side. And now Nano6 not going to be able to escape the clutches of that rough waves. And now we see Astral Echo by Smile. Gets that snipe kill. Not able to do anything. Final slash comes through here for Ronex. They're soaking up a lot of damage, but it's only Jet there to soak up the damage as the rest of his team left unscathed. And Kenji just forced to just clear out the waves on the bottom side and make sure that their lanes are moving, because so far, top, mid, bottom side, under the control here of Team X. So far, this is not a contemporary for Arcanite. They actually go for a bit more meta draft here. The only difference is they go for the Roger here. That still seems to be something that they're trying to test out. I guess it does work if you are able to snowball. But as of the moment, right, Arcanite, they haven't been able to find any openings just yet. 48 seconds before the next Lord is up. And just winning all of the team fights here. What Kenji's just trying to do is just making the lanes work. Jed going over to the top side. I believe he can take down at least 4 members. I'm not so sure, but you know what? Aizen's also split pushing as well, so it's not only Kenji doing that. Aizen's doing that as well on the Hayabusa 402, by the way. And despite the fact showing people rather that Arcanite can also actually make it with other heroes as well, so I can see why they really respect that, Fanny. And even up until now, right, you can see the effects, right? They didn't ban out the Ling. The Ling was actually pretty open for both sides. We'd actually go for something different here. And even Team X was like, we can also pull off those picks. Ice is very comfortable with these types of heroes, pick-offs heroes, assassin types heroes, and it just goes so well with their composition. 402 on the Hayabusa, laying out those shadows over the side in case someone decides to join in the party. Nano Sex over the mid-side, clearing out the lane, and the Lord, no contest at all, going to the side of Team X. This is really hard. Beast hasn't been able to scale up. 5 deaths so far, care of Nanosex and Pori. And now Jet as well, a little bit too deep in. Might get punished, but he's able to sustain. Also got the immortality, which actually really explains why he's a little bit aggressive here. Smiles, Astral Shard hasn't been able to get anything just yet. Raven, we're waiting for that setup. Final Slash has been made, actually by Ronex. There's the Astral Echo. Lord marching in on the top side as Team X. They're looking to close out this game. 9 minutes in. 34k, almost a 10k gold lead for X. I think the best way that Arcanite can actually turn this around by this point is to actually get Raven to get that set up. But, you know what? Very, very mobile Team X. They got the Matilda, they got the guiding wing. As long as Matilda is there, as long as Tony Chopper is there, they're not going to be able to get anyone. And there's the stretch coming out from Raven. He's not going to commit. Misses that set, but instead they get countered. Set bases down, and now Ronex unable to get anything. Double kill. 3 left to defend the base. It's just going to be enough. Astral Echo going to be used. Our force is dishing out so much damage, and that's it. Team X, are you ready for the monthly finals? Finally sealing the deal here in our last and final game. And can I safely say that the blue side wins the game? And can I also safely say that Matilda wins in the game? So what a series that we have here. What a way to close our monthly finals Q2, as Team X will be getting this one with a 3-2. I also have to commend Arcanite as well here for pulling off some tricks under their sleeve. They pulled off a lot of different strategies, and it just really worked out really well. They were actually able to force out a game number 5, or just they didn't really make it very easy here for Team Max to win this thing. And congratulations to Team Max for finally settling the deal here between these two teams. And yeah, we finally have our victors, and we'll finally see who will be joining GK and the rest of the teams here in our playoffs here for our roadmaps. You guys have seen it, so we're now down to our Q3 and Q4 to find out who will be going for the playoffs. Once again, this is powered by It's a Lot strategic partner, AB Sports and Daytonia. Thank you so much for making this possible. And this is our final score, 3-2 in favor, of course, of Axton. Congratulations for winning this best out of 5. Probably the most closest best out of 5 that I've ever seen. Once it's a landslide victory for either Arkansas or Axe team. And it seems like the blue side, almost like a 100% win rate for the teams who are there. So it means that whoever has the Matilda, whoever has their hands on the Matilda, actually wins the games. And even the Ling as well, that had a very good run. I think 3 or 4 straight games that we've seen a Ling straight here in this game. Yeah, that's it for our series. You guys will be seeing the highlights just shortly, as well as our scoreboard and who will be the MVP. Actually, there's a lot of possible MVPs there. Nanos X, Aizen, can I mention more? There's a lot. Even Jed as well got his comfort pick. So I think there was a lot of heroes that Axe was able to work with in this game. And they were able to also take away some of the power picks that Arkansas had in the previous games, mainly the Agila and even the Paramis that worked so well with their playstyle. So yeah, who's your bet for the MVP? I think I have to give it to Eisen here. Nanosex as well. I would say Nanosex also. Despite whoever's gonna be flashed as the MVP in the scoreboard. I mean, they create so much pressure over on the gold lane. Can you imagine getting 5 or 7 deaths on the Bruno? That's just so hard. For a Bruno, right? When you really need the time to scale up, and Axe team just didn't give that to Beast in this game, and Argentine just had a very great run, but it's gonna be Team Axe that wins in this final game of the day. So we're actually gonna be checking our highlights first, then we're gonna be going to our scoreboard. You guys will finally see the overall picture once again. So far, we've had 2 monthly finals already, Q1 and Q2. So you'll finally find out our roadmap on how it will look like. So once again, if you guys fail to clinch the victory here in Arena Esports, you guys can actually still join us for the next few open qualifiers. We also got other titles as well, PUBG, Free Fire, Dota 2, CSGO. If you guys want to join us, check out arenaesports.ae for more information. But yes, so much highlights in that game. One of the fastest games. We started out really fast. One of the fastest games that we had 10 minutes below, I guess, for the first game. That was the fastest one that we've seen. And we also ended it with a very fast game for today. So yeah, let's see our highlights and of course our scoreboard just shortly. But I really had a lot of moments that I enjoyed. First time I've seen like some of the heroes that were buffed up finally used in this game. I've also seen my favorite hero being used in this game, in the series rather. And yeah, Matilda wins games, Ling wins games, Blue Side wins games. That's it. That's it. That's the story here for our monthly Q2 finals. And yeah, what a way to actually close out here our monthly finals. And yeah, see you guys in the next one. There's gonna be a whole lot more. You got the open qualifiers, 2 more of that, Q3 and Q4 respectively. And once again, our finals are gonna be it's gonna be a LAN event, so stay tuned for that one. Take a look at the highlights first of our last and final game. So I guess yes, Nanosex, just look at that. Very early Genius one once again. And it just has so much magic penetration for this entire game. And look at that. Look at that. Even under their own tower, they are not safe from the rough waves. But I think for Team Axe, they're just so good with this. If Arkansas is that type of team that specializes on the double support, Team Axe is just so good with the double assassin type of lineup. And this actually shows shades of other organizations that are quite popular in the M series, namely Arena Esports. They're actually very good at this. One of the few teams that can pull off double assassin lineup, and that was it. Super fast highlights for that game, as you can see, right? It was so fast. Team X started out that way in game number 1, and it closed it out really well as well here in our last final game. So we have to find out, of course, our final score, our final tally here for our last game as well as our MVP for this last and final game. I would have to give it for to Aizen or Nanos X for this game. And I was actually wondering why they chose to ban away the yeah, I guess they're just really eliminating the frag. So they were like, oh, they really had a hard time with the Loi earlier. And this is actually what you get, right? If you bring different types of heroes, you don't know what you're gonna get next. So they really had a hard time with that Loi. They really respected it. So um yeah, it just gave so much room for the side of Team Axe to actually pick up other heroes as well, namely the Kavita, that is a signature pick here by Nanos X. Aizen did not go for the Ling this time, but they actually won that game, showing us that for the games that they lost, he actually picked up a Balman, and if I'm not mistaken, it was an Akai. So Aizen is that type of player that is more of the pickoffs, more of the assassins, more of the damage dealer. So yeah, that is more of the playstyle that Aizen has for Team Axe. So that's just his playstyle. And I was honestly wondering why they did not pick this much earlier. They went for a utility type thing, but looking at the final scoreboard, yes, apart from Aizen, apart from Nanos X, these are the two heroes that really enabled R4 to shine in his lane. He also has the most gold next to Aizen. He picked up a very early BOD, going for the Hunter Strike first to have that additional movement speed as compared to Beast. Look at him getting shut down 6 times here, only picking up the Haskell's, then going for maybe a Berserker Sphere for the second item, but didn't give him enough time. 5,000 to 9,000, almost half for this game. R4 was able to pick up all those penetration items, and by that time that everyone was going to try to take him down, either with the final slash or maybe even Kenji here in Beast, just basic attacks. It's not even enough. Even though he does not have the defense items, R4 was just able to scale up really well, and it was all thanks to Nanos X's and Aizen as well, picking up those objectives, those turtles early on, and making sure that R4 has that space in his lane, which is exactly why it ended out this way. I mean, if Beast was able to advance even more, it would have been a different story here. I was actually wondering why they went for the Bruno here. I guess they wanted to go for the critical damage in the late game. I guess the Brody would have been a great option here as compared to the Bruno that needs that purify, that really needs a lot more assist in the early game. I mean, if let's say the Brody, it could have popped in that second skill, but I guess Arcanite has some reasons why they picked up this Bruno as well, right? Like having that critical damage is gonna be very important. And once again, let's take a look at the highlights. But of course, that was it. That's what's it for the game. I wish we could have so much more here. But yes, we're gonna have so much more. We're gonna have Q3 and Q4 as well. So if you guys missed out, if you guys failed to win the monthly finals, if you guys failed to even win or get up to the stage of the monthly finals, you guys can still join in the next few weeks. We got our open qualifiers as well. So be sure that you guys join that. We still have 2 more. So yeah, that's gonna be it. We're gonna see our final roadmap. We just finished our 2 monthly finals here, Q1 and Q2 respectively. That just ended with Team Axe as the victor. So I believe Q1 that was GK Esports that got in the win there. So we're going to find out who will be moving into the playoffs as well as our grand finals. That will be a LAN event, so stay tuned for that. Be sure to like and follow Arena Esports for more information about the games, the tournament, and whatnot. So there's a lot more that's going to happen. There's a lot more in store for you. This is powered by It's a lot. Thank you so much to our strategic partner in gaming, as well as our broadcast partner, Pletonia, for making all of this possible. And thank you so much to you guys for tuning in for 4 straight hours, and just me, myself, and I talking just talking all about the game, all about the patch. And I guess it's just the best way to, have the solo cast, right? Like at least I get to talk about the patch with you guys. At least you guys have some idea. And yeah, thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for supporting Arena Esports. So again, if you guys want to join, if you have some friends who are into competitive MLBB, feel free to actually let them know about this, because we are fighting for to the prize pool of $1,200. Again, the first place gets a 650, 300, 150, and 100 respectively. So yes, we finished our monthly finals Q2, and that's gonna be Team Axe, GK winning in the first one. We still have 2 more. So if you guys want to be a part of this, You guys can join the open qualifiers or invitation qualifiers, then proceed to the quarterfinals, then the monthly finals, and then we'll find out if you guys can head over to the playoffs and then maybe just maybe get into the grand finals, which will be a LAN event, by the way. So stay tuned for the more information about that. We have a long roadmap here. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in every time. And again, if you have other people who want to join in, stay tuned for more action here on Arena Esports. There's going to be a whole lot more open qualifiers, a whole lot more invitationals. But that's it for me today. That's it for Burger King. Thank you so much for keeping me company all throughout this best out of five. I mean, I honestly thought it would have ended in a 3-1, but it actually made it extend all the way to a game number 5. So making sure that you guys have the best of the best MLBB action. We'll be back for more in our invitationals. Once again, our opening invitationals. So again, if you guys want to join in, arenaesports.ae for more information. Powered by It Is a Lot. Thank you so much to our broadcast partner, Platonia, our strategic partner, 80 Gaming. Thank you so much for joining us in this best out of 5 monthly Q2. See you once again in the next Arena Esports. But for now, I'm going to be bidding you guys goodbye and see you guys in the invitationals once again. Bye-bye.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Could I would myself out this madness? If I could, I would make myself out this madness. Or if I could, I would make myself out this madness. If I could, I would. And if I could, I would. If I could, I
On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cock, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. catch a murder case. On my block, in this cop, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
This for the players out there. Check out this dope shit, man.
Players down and down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to pay in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my pay.